Daniel and Jessica Groves were high school sweethearts and will now stand trial together after their baby was discovered at the bottom of a well.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
Sir, would you state your name for the record?
Stephen Ray Gamble.
How do you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Gambill.
And where do you live?
I live in Otway.
How are you employed?
I'm a union electrician.
And do you serve your community as a volunteer fireman as well?
Yes, sir.
What fire department do you serve with?
Otway FD.
And what are your duties there?
Basically, I'm we, of course, fight fires, extrication on car wrecks, just anything really to help out the community.
Any kind of issues in the community that the fire department can assist with?
Yes.
You guys stop what you're doing and come around?
Yeah, we fight a lot of forest fires, structure fires.
Sir, I'd like to direct your attention to June 12th of 2019. Do you recall that date?
Yes, sir.
With regard to your duties as a fireman, what happened that day?
I got home about 4:30 from work, and the call had already come in. The call come in as that we needed to call dispatch to get details for the run. And usually when it's usually something different, not a typical run that we go on. By the time
sorry to interrupt, could you explain to the jury, as a volunteer fireman, how you're called to duty, so to speak?
We all have pagers, radios that dispatch county can set off to let us all know that we need to have a fire run. When that goes off, we all report in that we've acknowledged the page and report to the fire department.
Okay. And you indicated this one wasn't the typical call.
No, typically they tell us, Otway FD, you have a run. We have a code 4 car wreck, or we have a structure fire, and they give the address right over the radio. This was, hey, we need you to call county to get details for the information. So when I got home, the page had already come in. My wife met me at the door with my radio, said you need to go to the FD. My brother, who is assistant chief, was already there. He had already called county and told us that we was requested to try and pump out a well for the sheriff's department.
Okay. So what did you do then?
It's not something that we typically do, so we tried to gather as many tools and materials that we had on hand to try and do this task. We had a rough idea of why we were doing it. We had heard rumors. We did not know. We did not know where the well was, how we could get access to it. We have very large trucks that could pump things out, so we tried to gather as much tools and material that we could find to accomplish this task. And then we tried to report to the location on the address given.
Do you have a rough count on how many of the fire department personnel were able to come for this run?
Originally, the first call out, there was 3 of us. And once we figured out that we could not get our large engine back to the scene, we then broke off to 2 of the guys, my brother, Rick, and Dan, went to try to access a pump with a long hose, some equipment to try and fish in the well. And when they returned, they brought another firefighter with them, Mike, to try and help out as well.
Okay. Let's back up a moment. So where were you directed to go to assist the sheriff's department?
We were given an address. It was on Mount Hope Road. The address was real close to a church camp, is the only reason we could even pull something up on our phones to try and find where to go. When we showed up there, of course there was no one that we could see, so we waited, and we could see some tire tracks in a field. Dan and Rick at that time were in a smaller truck. I was in a large fire engine and pumper truck. They went back to see if they could find someone after we'd been there for roughly 10 minutes, and they had took a smaller truck and went back down the road to try and find someone. At that time, I got out of the engine and I started walking through the field, and that's when I noticed a black SUV coming out of the field, and that's when I introduced myself to the deputies.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach? Sir, I'm handing what has been marked as State's Exhibit 25. Do you recognize what's depicted in State's Exhibit 25?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is State's Exhibit 25?
It is a picture, a topographical picture of Mount Hope Road, the location of the church camp, and the well that is in a field adjacent to it.
Okay. Is that a Google Maps version of it?
Yes, sir. It's pretty much the same one we used to try and figure out where we were going.
Okay. Now, is it a fair statement that you can't say when Google took this picture?
No, sir.
But does it accurately depict Mount Hope Road and the area
Yes.
surrounding? Is that a yes?
Yes.
You can answer out loud, please.
Sorry.
All right. Sir, can you see that map all right from where you're seated?
Yes.
The judge may have a pointer. Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, is this up depicted on the overhead? Is that what I just previously had you identify as State's Exhibit 25?
Yes, sir.
Okay. If you could you on this map point out, well, first of all, what's the general area we see here on this map?
Say again?
What's the general area that this map depicts?
It's Mount Hope. The Boy Scout camp, or the church camp, is roughly here. That's where we had parked the engine and the trucks originally. That was the address that we were given. That was the first place we showed up trying to figure out where we needed to be.
And is this all inside of County, Ohio that you see on this map?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right, so you're parked roughly where along Mount Hope Road?
Say again?
Where are you parked roughly along Mount Hope Road in this picture?
Roughly, we're parked right there at that intersection,
Okay.
right in front of the church camp.
Okay. And you were able to get to the location of a well?
Yeah, we had to cut a tree out of the way. The brush truck that we had there had chainsaws, so we cleaned it out so we could get access back a field road or logging road back to the field.
All right. So we see in this picture we have a map, and we have looks like a pin at the top there. What's the pin at the top of the map we see on the overhead?
That's roughly the location of the well where we were requested to pump the water out of.
Okay, so where is the well located?
The well was about, 500 to 600 yards back through this field. You had to go through a field next to the road, and then there was a wood line where it was extremely muddy. You went through a couple hundred yards of wood line, and then back into it opened up into a large field again that you could not see from the roadway.
Okay. What was the weather like that day?
Rainy. It was drizzling rain when we arrived. It was a little cool for June. And then the rain just continually picked up as the day went along.
Do you recall the weather for the week or the weeks before? Do you recall what the weather was like that June?
Pretty typical June weather. I mean, it was Most days sunny, I guess.
Ohio.
Yeah, one day one thing, one day another.
Or every 5 minutes, one thing.
Yeah.
Something else another 5 minutes. All right. So, so you get to this field. Who's with you when you get to the field?
When we get to the field, it is myself, my brother, Rick Gamble, and Dan Shirey.
Okay. Is there anyone else there besides volunteer firemen?
Yes, there were 3 detectives.
Okay. Did you see the well when you got to the field?
No, you could not see the well until they walked us over and pointed directly at it.
Could you describe it to the jury? What did the well look like?
The well was ground level. It was completely surrounded by grass. The grass at the time was probably 2 to 2.5, 3 feet tall. You could have just walked right into the well. You couldn't see it. The detectives took us over, pointed at the well, and asked us to try and pump the water out. There's no way you could have possibly seen it.
Up next, details about the location where Dylan was found.
That's Rick and Mike attempting to get the hard suction hose down in the well so we can prime it to begin pumping out the well.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for joining us. It would not have been easy to go down a 30-foot well expecting to find the remains of a baby down there. But that's what happened in the case of baby Dylan, whose parents were on trial accused of murder. The jury heard the step-by-step process that firefighters took to recover the remains of the 2-month-old.
Sir, could you peruse those exhibits for me?
Sir, what are these exhibits? I'm going to put them up on the board. For the record, Your Honor, I'm placing on the overhead what's been marked State's Exhibit 26. Sir, do you recognize this State's Exhibit 26?
Yes, sir.
What is State's Exhibit 26?
That is the second field that we entered past the tree line and the location of the well.
Does that appear to be a true and accurate rendition of that field on June 12, 2019?
Yes, sir.
All right, for the record, this will be State's Exhibit 27. Sir, what does State's Exhibit 27 do?
That's the same field, and that is close to the well location.
And we see anything in the background of this picture?
Yes, that's the SUV of the detectives that I first encountered when walking into the field.
Okay. Is this a true and accurate depiction of the scene on June 12, 2019?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 28. Sir, what is depicted in State's Exhibit 28?
That is the well that we were requested to pump out.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of the well on June 12, 2019?
Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 29. Sir, what does this depict?
That is the well that we were requested to pump out.
You indicated, I believe, in your testimony that it's full of water.
Yes.
Okay. Approximately,
Set a little foundation here. Sir, we'll get into the details a little bit later, but at some point in you and the other firemen's recovery, did you get a rough estimate of the depth of the well?
Yeah, we were told when we showed up on location that the well was roughly 30 feet deep, and that was real accurate, come to find out.
Okay. All right, so you arrived at the scene. What was the first action you all took at that point?
We accessed the well, tried to move back some of the vegetation, and tried to see what the depth was, what we thought we could do to remove the water from the well, and see what the ground was like around the well, so that if we didn't want to make it collapse or fall in, was just to access the scene at the time.
Okay. And what was one of the first obstacles that you all had to try to deal with?
The biggest obstacle was actually accessing the field itself with the trucks. Our trucks will pump water, but they won't pump water from that depth. And the truck that we have that would even be capable of doing such a thing, we couldn't even get back in that field.
Okay. So was there a plan or a discussion of what to do at that point?
Yeah, me and my brother, Rick and Dan, then decided that we needed to find generators, a portable pump. We had some rope back at the station. We had a large that we had used before for extrication. It's a large metal hook that was heavy enough that we felt like if we hung it down there that we could feel something with it as we slowly moved it around. Then at that point, everybody went to gather these materials.
Okay. Were you able to acquire some materials to try to pump out the well?
Yes, sir. Dan actually had to go to, I believe it was his father's house, and asked to borrow a portable pump, a trash pump, water pump. It had a motor on it, so that we could portably get it back there, and he had several feet of hose to try and pump out the well. We got ropes, hooks, and also brought another truck that would be able to access the field.
Okay. All right, may I approach?
Sir, how many would have been marked as States Exhibits 30 and 31?
Could you take a look at these items, please? Thank you.
So I'm going to place States Exhibit 31 on the overhead projector. Sir, what is depicted in States Exhibit 31?
That is Rick and Mike.
I apologize, States Exhibit 30.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's Rick and Mike attempting to get the hard suction hose down in the well so we can prime it to begin pumping out the well.
Okay. Who is holding the hose?
That's Mike. The assistant chief in the white hard hat is Rick. That's my brother.
Okay. States Exhibit 31. What does this depict?
That's the hose in the well that we were pumping out with the trash pump.
And do these two pictures accurately depict the scene on June 12, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Now, were you successful pumping the water out of the well?
We removed between, I'd say, 12 to 15 feet of water. It's probably closer, right around 13 feet of water from the well. And then the pump would not create enough suction to lift that much head pressure to pump the water out at that point.
Okay. Was it continuing to rain at that point as well?
Oh, extremely, yes.
All right. I assume is it safe to assume there was more water coming back into the well?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Were you able to observe that from
Yes.
the scene? Okay. So, were any further efforts to pump out the well made?
Yeah, we tried for quite a while. I'd say over a couple hours to pump the well, and then we had even talked about going and getting a smaller pump, like a sump pump, a small garden hose style pump. We figured maybe it would have less head pressure and a generator to run it off of, so that we could maybe pump the water down farther.
And
we did not at that time.
Okay. So after your efforts to pump the well, what was the next plan?
Mike had mentioned he had some heavy fishing gear and had some hooks that he thought maybe we could get down in there, that we could feel around the well and at least try and tell if there was something there. And that's the time when we had hooked up the extrication hook, and I had laid on the ground and was trying to fish around the well and see if I could feel something.
All right. And how long did you ultimately determine that there was something in the well?
When we was trying to pump the water out, I had the hook in the well and was moving it around, and I couldn't tell if I was hitting the hard suction hose that we used or if I was hitting something else. I could feel something with the hook, but I had at that time had no luck in actually hooking it at that time.
After they quit pumping the water out, and was the pump hose removed at that point?
Yes, sir. Once we figured we could not pull any more water out of the well, Mike had went to see if he could find some heavy fishing equipment, something, and at that time we pulled the hoses out and given me a little better access to move the rope. The way the well was shaped at the top, it's very small hole, a few feet in diameter, and then the well would actually, as it went down, it got bigger. So when they moved the hose, it let me lay down and reach my arm farther down in the well and move the hook around, and that's when I was like, I'm pretty sure that I felt something in the well. And at that time, I felt it move once, and then I touched it again, moved the rope where I thought it would be around what was in the well, and I yanked on it, and I felt it hook in at that time. It was very heavy.
From the time that the pump hose was removed to when you were able to hook the object, how long did that take?
Actually, it went quicker than probably within 20 minutes.
Okay. You indicated that whatever you had hooked was heavy.
Yes, sir.
Why do you say that?
We're pulling on roughly a 1/2 inch diameter rope, and when I hooked it, I lifted, and I could tell I had a hold of something that was moving, but it was, very hard to move.
Okay. What did you do then?
Once I realized I had something, Dan and my brother Rick were standing there. I looked at my brother, I went, I've got something. Grabbed the rope, and I lifted on the rope and handed him a section of it, and he stood above me, and then Dan also come in to help, and we started lifting the rope out of the well.
Were you able to successfully lift the object you'd hooked out of the well?
Yes, sir.
How long did it take to extricate that object from the well?
Once we hooked it, we had it out of the well within minutes.
Okay.
Just very quickly. When we got the object to the top of the well, it would not come out of the top of the hole. We hooked it about halfway down, and when it came out, it was coming at an angle. So when we got it to the top, we couldn't lift it out with the rope, and that's when I laid on the ground, grabbed the crates, repositioned them, and then lifted them out and rolled it onto the ground.
Could you describe what you saw pulled out of the well?
It was 2 milk crates. The milk crates were tied together, open end to open end. They were tied with copper wire, I believe, tie wire. It looked like they used. Could even been a few tie wraps or zip ties on it. Then there was a chain wrapped around it with padlocks, and you could see the rocks inside it.
Okay. Did you notice anything else at that point?
You noticed there was a package inside of it. Yes.
Anything else that you could sense or see or
No, sir.
any smells associated with the package?
When it comes to the top of the well, and we removed it from the well at that moment, no, there was not.
Next, haunting details of recovering baby Dylan's remains.
That's when we walked around the back of the truck to load it, Dan and myself, and the smell hit us.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take you back to the courtroom for more Ohio versus Jessica and Daniel Groves.
What did you do with it once you got it out of the well?
Once it was removed from the well, we felt like we had accomplished a task at first. We'd been given a job to do, and once we got it to the top of the well, we felt like we had done what we was asked, and it's almost kind of a moment of relief that we had found it. And then everyone just kind of realized what it was, and we all walked away from it.
Were there any changes in the item once it started draining water?
Yes, sir. Within a few minutes of us all walking away, that was about the time Mike, we had called him off of, don't go get your fishing gear, come on back and bring the truck, we need the truck to remove this item from the field. It was probably roughly 10 minutes. He hadn't gotten that far. He came back. He backed the truck into the field over next to the well. And myself and Dan Shirey were headed around the truck to load it, and that's when you smelled it. It was very strong.
What kind of smell was it?
Rot, death.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Let the record reflect that the opposing counsel of the Martin States exhibits 32, 33, 34, and 35. So I'm asking you again to look at States exhibits 32 through 35.
Thank you.
I'll place on the overhead, sir, was the Martin States exhibit 32. Sir, what does this depict?
That's Dan Shirey in the white t-shirt, and that is myself reaching into the well to try and remove the crates.
This photograph, we see part of the crate there in the photograph.
That is where it had just started to come up and was at an angle and was hitting the top of the well.
And the previous photographs that we depicted here with the well without anybody around it, is this the same well?
Yes, sir.
Okay. States Exhibit 33. What does this depict?
That is us still trying to remove the crates from the well. Dan and my brother were trying to hold it. We did not want we didn't want the weight or anything to readjust and move and lose what we had brought to the top of the well.
States Exhibit 34. Sir, what does this depict?
That's the crates that we had hooked. That is myself removing the hook from the crates after I had reached in and readjusted it and got a firm grip of it to pull it out of the well.
Where we see this hook, this yellow thing extended from your hand, is that a metal hook?
Yes, sir.
And is that where it was able to hook?
Just by luck. Yes, sir.
State's Exhibit 35. Sir, what is this depict?
That is the crate once it was removed from the well, and we removed the hook and equipment from around it.
Sir, you previously described the crates and what was tying them. Does this give you an accurate depiction of what you remember?
Yes, sir.
What are we seeing in this closer up view of State's Exhibit?
It's the white and black, or the zip ties that they use to tie the crates together, and also to tie the chain to the crates so that the chain would not come off of the crates as it was being moved. And the rocks and weights that are inside of it.
These pictures I've showed you, State's Exhibits 33 through 35, do they accurately depict the scene at that well on June 12, 2019?
Yes, they do.
Sir, in your capacity and as an electrician, as a volunteer fireman, are you often required to move heavy objects around?
Yes, sir.
From your experience and understanding, did you have an estimate of the weight of that object?
Yeah, I would say it's anywhere between 60 to 80 pounds.
And sir, when you pull an object up through water, does that add to the level of force needed to pull that out?
Yes, sir.
So you get it out. Did you do anything to change or alter those crates at that point?
No, sir.
Okay. What happened at that point?
Once it was removed and we had been asked by the deputies to try and help them transport it out of the field, we backed our brush truck over close to the crates, and that's when we walked around the back of the truck to load it, Dan and myself, and the smell hit us. Dan at that time turned around and couldn't do it and returned to the front of the truck. I went back there by myself, picked it up, loaded it into the back of the truck, and took a ratchet strap and hooked it around it so that we would not lose it or it would not be damaged, and tied it down and removed it from the field.
Drove it back with the brush truck?
Yes, sir.
You removed it from the field. What happened to it at that point?
When we removed it from the field, I drove the brush truck out of the field with the crates in the back, and the deputies asked us if we could remain on scene and help transport it into the coroner's vehicle.
Okay. And was that done?
Excuse me?
Did the coroner arrive on the scene?
Yeah, it took roughly, it seemed like probably a lot longer sitting there than what it was. But I'd say it was roughly an hour, maybe a little more, a little less. And we sat out there while it was raining, waiting on the coroner to arrive. I had at that time talked to Dan and Mike and Rick, and they took all of the other firefighting equipment and everything back to the shop, back to the FD, and at that time tried to get everything back in order for the next run.
All right. Do you have anything else to do with this extraction effort?
No, once the coroner arrived, I helped him load it into the back of his van, and then that was it.
Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
The firefighter who discovered the remains of baby Dylan remembers disturbing details like the smell. Jurors would have to decide, were his parents guilty of murder? Thanks for watching. Keep it here for more. We're coming right back.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
So were you at their vehicle speaking to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see who all was inside the vehicle?
I seen the two deputies sitting up front, and
Was there a passenger in the back seat?
yes, ma'am.
Do you see the gentleman sitting over there in the gray shirt?
It was Daniel.
Daniel Groves?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know who he is?
Yeah, we went to school together.
Okay.
Are you familiar with Daniel and Jessica Groves?
I just know of them, don't really know them personally.
Okay.
Welcome to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for being with us. The remains of baby Dylan had been found wrapped in plastic bags and blankets, secured by duct tape. He was then padlocked inside milk crates in a 30-foot well. That's what the firefighters who helped recover the missing baby testified to during the trial of Dylan's parents. Daniel and Jessica Groves had been accused of murder and other charges.
When you encountered the deputies coming out of the scene originally, when you got to the scene, you stated that you walked into the field after you did not meet any law enforcement
Yes.
or
Yes,
other
ma'am.
emergency personnel on the roadway
Yes, ma'am.
at the address that you thought you were being called to, correct?
Yes.
When the vehicle that you encountered that you believe had some type of law enforcement personnel in it as you were walking down that fieldway, did you see who all was in the vehicle?
No, not at first.
Okay.
I was in, street clothes at the time. My turnout gear was in the truck. I was just walking through the field, so I grabbed my radio, yelled at my brother and Dan that I believe I had found someone, that they should come back. And at that point, the deputies pulled up and identified themselves.
Okay. So were you at their vehicle speaking to them?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you see who all was inside the vehicle?
I seen the two deputies sitting up front, and
Was there a passenger in the back seat?
yes, ma'am.
Do you see the gentleman sitting over there in the gray shirt?
It was Daniel.
Daniel Groves?
Yes, ma'am.
So you know who he is?
Yeah, we went to school together.
Okay. Was he the person that was sitting in the back seat of that law enforcement vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Can you redirect Mr. Toomey?
Sir, thank you.
Says witness excused.
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
Witness is excused, Your Honor.
You're free to go. Thank you. Toomey, you may inquire.
Sir, would you state your name for the record?
My name is Dan Shirey.
How do you spell your last name for the court reporter?
It's Shirey.
Where do you live?
Out around Otway, Tick Ridge, Otway.
All right, it's my understanding you're a volunteer fireman.
Yes, sir.
Who do you serve with?
Otway.
Okay. And what is your role at the Otway Fire Department?
Just a firefighter.
How long have you been with the Otway Fire Department?
About 8 years.
What are your you mentioned you're just a firefighter. I think you're being somewhat self-deprecating.
Well,
What do you do there at the fire department?
Of course, we go on fire calls, auto accidents, of course, rescue, recovery. Sometimes we get called to help with the squad, lift assist, a little bit of everything.
Right. Were you called on for a situation on June 12th of 2019?
Yes, sir.
Tell me about your recollection of that situation.
When our pagers went off and the call come in from the county, it was odd because rather than to list what the nature of the call was, they said to have someone call county, call the dispatch. Of course, we kind of knew what had been going on, and I think most of us had an idea what it was about. But we got to the fire station, and then one of us, I don't remember which one, called into county, and they said to meet what we was looking to do, and we'd meet with the Sauter County Sheriff's Department at the scene.
All right. What was your understanding of what they were wanting you to do?
To try to recover a body in the bottom of a well.
Okay. And where were you directed to go?
It was an address on Mount Hope Road. I don't recall the exact address, but it was directly across the road from the Mount Hope Bible School there. And when we got there, there wasn't really no one else there. We didn't really see anything.
What'd you do then?
I believe me and one of the other, maybe Rick, went back the other way looking for, actually, I think we went to the home to see if we could find the sheriff, anyone from the sheriff's department, which there was a deputy there.
What home was that?
Pardon?
What home was that you went to?
The Groves residence.
All right. Daniel and Jessica Grove?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Daniel and Jessica Grove?
I just know of them, don't really know them personally.
Okay. What was the weather like that day?
It was rainy, pretty heavy rain.
So at that point, you're at the Groves residence, you see a deputy. What happens then?
He told us that I believe Captain Murphy and a couple of the other folks that we needed to meet with was down out the road or in the field looking for this well. So we just headed back to the initial spot where we had stopped to begin with, across from Mount Hope Bible School.
Were you able to meet up with Steve Gamble at that point?
Yes. Steve was in one of the bigger engine, just staying at that scene to see if anybody ever come to kind of guide us where to go.
Are you familiar with the terrain out there on Mount Hope Road?
Somewhat.
Now, what was the terrain like?
It's hilly, curvy, hilly. Typical for kind of out in that area.
And were you provided additional information as to where to go at that point?
Yeah. Eventually, the folks from the sheriff's department come through the field and told us where we needed to go, and we kind of followed them back through the field and to the scene of the well.
Okay. Was this all even terrain at that point when you're going back to this field?
It was kind of hilly and rutted out. The road was it wasn't a really improved road. It was just an old path through a field, basically in back into another field, probably a quarter mile off the road, off of Mount Hope Road. And I think it may even went through a creek bed, and it was pretty rough terrain. We couldn't get a big truck back there, so we had our four-wheel drive brush truck that we drove back along with the folks from the sheriff's department.
All right. Who was in the brush truck?
At that point, it was I believe it was me, Steve Gamble, and Rick Gamble.
Okay. At some point, you arrived at what was known as the well at that point?
Yes, sir.
And what did the well look like when you first got there?
It was really hard to see. It was kind of in the middle of the field. And, you know, the vegetation, it was kind of growed up. And, you know, if you didn't know it was there, you know, it could be kind of dangerous. You could drove right in it or walked in it. Wasn't real big. I would say probably 3 foot, 3.5 foot in diameter. And like I said, vegetation had grown up around it and over it, so you really couldn't see much.
Did you notice if it was full?
Yes, it was.
Full water?
Full water.
Okay. Mr. Gamble's already testified a little bit about the efforts that were made to get a pump. What was your role in getting the materials and equipment together to get to the scene?
Well, as far as, you know, once we got there and kind of sized up the scene, the thought was, well, we can't get one of our trucks back here to try to pump it, and probably even if we did, it wouldn't pump it because the depth or the deputy said that the well was somewhere around 30 foot, they thought, or that's what they'd been told. And but anyway,
from your experience with the well, did that appear to be fairly accurate?
Well, yeah. Once we got the other equipment and dropped the hook down and measured the rope that we had dropped into the well, it seemed to be pretty accurate, about 30 feet.
Okay.
But I went and left the scene to go get a pump, and then come back, and I brought a pump and we tried to pump it. It only pumped down to about 10 feet, and then the pump wouldn't pump any more after that point. It was too much head pressure to be able to pull the water up that high.
Okay. And the whole time, what's the weather like?
It's raining pretty steady the whole time.
Okay. So what happened at that point?
At that point, we'd also brought, some different gears, some ropes and some hooks and different things just in case, to try to use as a retrieval. And Steve Gamble, he had been, even as we was trying to pump, and the pump would lose prime, so it was, and we'd have to go back and reprime it. And, we fought with the pump for quite a while. I don't know, probably an hour at least once we got the pump there. But Steve had started lowering the rope down with the hook, and the first rope we had, I think, was only about 20 feet long, so he had to tie a piece of webbing, kind of like a lanyard or strap, onto the end of it to make it long enough to hit the bottom. And, as he was trying to feel the bottom, if you will, or see if he could hook something, he could tell by the feel of the rope that there was something down there. And, he just kept, trying to hook into something to see if he was able to hook it. After, I don't know, I'm guessing maybe another 45 minutes to an hour, eventually, he was able to hook, of course, what ended up being.
Coming up, more about the moment firefighters retrieved the remains of baby Dylan.
Once we got it out and set it down, then I think everybody kind of comes to the realization that what was in there.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
Let me ask you about the timeline on that. Y'all are standing in the rain. At one point you have the pump trying to suck the water out, and another point you're fishing around.
Right.
Is it safe to say when exactly things happened in this timeline? Maybe a little inaccurate in your recollection.
As far as, I'm sorry?
As far as when you started fishing it out, how long it took to fish it out, when you started pumping?
Yeah, I would have, from the time we got to the scene, like I said, we went back there, sized it up. I left to go get a pump, come back. That was probably close to an hour from the time that we initially arrived till I got the pump back on the scene. Probably tried to pump the well for 45 minutes to an hour. Like I said, we was able to pump it down about 10 feet approximately, and then at that point the pump wouldn't pump water anymore, so we kind of give up on the pumping at that point. So there's probably close to 2 hours from the time we arrived at the scene, and then I'm guessing another 45 minutes to an hour until the time that Steve was able to hook the milk crate and retrieve the.
Did you assist in lifting the item out of the well?
Yes.
Was it heavy?
Very, very heavy. It was about all 2 or 3 of us could do to, the end of a rope, weight like that's kind of tough. I would estimate the crate and everything probably weighed 75, 80 pounds would be my guess.
All right, I'm going to put up on the screen here, sir, what's been marked as State Exhibit 33. Do you recognize what this photograph depicts?
Yeah, that's at the well, and the crate's just starting to come out.
That's you on the right, and is that Steve on the left there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, is that Rick standing in the background there?
I believe so.
State Exhibit 34. Is this the item that you guys pulled out of the well?
Yes, it is.
So those 2 pictures accurately depict your recollection of the scene that day on June 12th?
Yes.
Once you got the item out of the well, what happened next? What did you do next?
Well, once we got it out and set it down, then I think everybody kind of comes to the realization that what was in there, and that this was loss of a human life, and we just kind of all walked away and tried to regain our composure.
This isn't something you normally deal with as a fireman?
Not, we've been on calls where we've had to help recover deceased people, help transport them out, but nothing like this.
So, did you assist in removing that from the scene?
It sat there for, 10 or 15 minutes, and Mike McCoy, who had left to go try to get some other gear to help retrieve, had come back in the four-wheel drive, we call it the brush truck. And so when he come back with that, then the folks from the sheriff's department asked if we could transport the crate and the body to down to the end of the field by the road to where we could, the coroner could meet us there. So I believe it was Steve Gamble and myself went to lift it up into the back of the truck, but I couldn't. The smell overwhelmed me, and so I wasn't able to help actually lift it into the truck.
Okay. Did you have any other role in this extraction after that point?
Not really. Once we got it in the back of the truck and secured it to the back of the truck, we just cleaned up the scene, got all of our equipment, loaded it back in the truck, went back out of the field, which this time with all the rain and everything, I didn't know if we was going to make it back out of the field because it was rutted out and real muddy, but we were able to get back out to the end of the road. And at that point, Steve stayed in the brush truck with the body, and the rest of us left in the other engine that we'd had and left out by the road, and went back to the station to put our gear away and all of our equipment away.
All right. Thank you, sir. No further questions, Your Honor.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Stratton, Ms. Scott, you may cross-examine the witness.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Both you and your colleague, good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
Both you and your colleague talked about the difficulty of accessing that area in the back and some different things that needed to be done so your vehicles could access that. You also talked about the road not being an actual road and it was washed out, different things like that. Do you recall that testimony?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. We all have a tendency of doing it. So what would access be like to that area on four-wheelers or something to that effect? Would they still have the same struggle of getting back there on a four-wheeler?
It would be a little easier than in a vehicle.
Okay. Easier than in a vehicle. But there would still be some difficulties ascertaining that area?
For a four-wheeler, probably not so much because, as I explained, it was rutted out. The vehicle leaves a rut, and the four-wheeler would be probably right in the middle between the ruts that the vehicle left.
Okay. So it could be accessible by a four-wheeler?
Much easier than in a
Much easier than the vehicle that you were
and certainly a fire
attempting to use. Okay. Okay, thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Correct.
No, Your Honor.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Ms. Scott?
Yes, excuse, thank you.
Sir, you're free to go.
Next, the medical examiner takes the stand.
We received Dylan's body in two milk crates.
Next, the medical examiner takes the stand.
We received Dylan's body in two milk crates.
Following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for joining us. The medical examiner who performed the autopsy on 2-month baby Dylan testified in Ohio versus Groves. She reported the gruesome and disturbing injuries that Dylan had endured in his short lifetime.
So you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Okay, please have a seat. Ms. Hutchinson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ma'am, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for our record.
Susan Brown, B-R-O-W-N.
Okay. Where are you employed?
I'm a forensic pathologist. I'm employed at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, Ohio.
Okay. I just asked you if she could just speak up, please.
Yes, ma'am. Just speak up loud. You can scoot that chair forward a little bit if you'd like. Might help.
If you would, please explain to the members of the jury what your educational background is.
I have a biology degree, a bachelor's in biology from the University of Cincinnati, and then went on to medical school at Ohio University in Athens. Did a residency in pathology in Muncie, Indiana at Ball Memorial Hospital, and then did additional training in forensic pathology at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in Dayton, where I'm currently employed.
Okay. And if you would tell the members of the jury what certifications or licensures you hold.
Well, I have a license to practice medicine in the state of Ohio, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, hematopathology, and forensic pathology through the American Board of Pathology.
And you said you've been at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office how long?
12 years.
12 years. Okay. If the defense wishes, I'll go into all of her publications and her. We could be here for a minute.
The state's offering Dr. Brown as an expert in the field of forensic pathology.
Correct, Your Honor.
objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we've had the opportunity to review her CV in this matter, and we would stipulate to, and we would agree that she's an expert without going into that in extensive detail. Thank you.
This court will find that Dr. Brown is an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Once again, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that means she is allowed to offer opinion testimony in her field. May continue, Ms. Sessions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Doctor, if you would, before we get to the facts of this case, explain to the jury what the coroner's office does.
So as a forensic pathologist, I perform autopsies to determine cause and manner of death.
And how is it that you, or the coroner's office, I guess I should say, receives referrals or evidence and so forth into your office?
So in Montgomery County, we have outside counties that will contract our services to perform autopsies for them, and Scioto County is one of them. So your coroner here, Dr. Adams, contracts with us to perform autopsies for your county. And when he has determined that an autopsy is necessary on someone from Scioto County, he calls us to let us know that he has an autopsy that he would like for us to perform.
Okay, so you perform services for coroners in Montgomery County as well as other counties?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many counties Montgomery County services?
Numerous.
Numerous, okay. All right. Once the coroner delivers to you a body that they believe needs an autopsy, what do you guys do?
So we start by taking some photographs and documenting how the body looks as we have received the body, and then proceed on to take additional photographs after we have removed, clothing and medical type equipment, to further document any kind of a natural disease or injury. And then next step is removing body organs to look for the same types of things, natural disease or injury, and all along the way taking notes and taking photographs.
Okay. And if there's any evidence that comes with the body, how do you guys log that evidence in and maintain it?
We do log anything in as evidence, and we will hold it in our facility until an investigating agency, the police, will either pick up the evidence or proceed on with the evidence in the way that they feel they need to further their investigation through, maybe a crime lab.
Okay. And are there documents that note or chart everything that comes into the office there and everything that you do while you're in the office working?
Yes.
Okay. So you would have an evidence sheet that demonstrates all the evidence that would have come in with the body?
Yes.
Okay. And then what type of documents do you prepare in regards to the autopsy itself?
So I take some notes while I'm performing the autopsy, and then from those notes dictate and prepare an autopsy report.
Okay. And do you also use the toxicology lab there at Montgomery County Coroner's Office?
Yes.
Under what circumstances?
We perform toxicology under for almost all autopsies that we do.
Okay. The evidence, let me go back to the evidence. Where is that stored?
We have an evidence room at the coroner's office.
Okay, and is that a secured location?
Yes.
Okay. How do you gain access to that area?
There are only a couple of people who have access to the area, and those few people who are employed at the coroner's office will gain access when law enforcement comes and picks up the evidence, and then we will maintain a chain of custody to show who came and picked up evidence.
Okay. Let me direct your attention to June 2019. Did you have an opportunity to assist in the investigation or actually to perform an autopsy on the body of baby Dylan Groves?
Yes.
Okay. How did you become involved in that case?
It is just random, really. On that day, this is the autopsy that, I just randomly was selected to do.
Okay. So the assignments in your office are random assignments?
Just random.
Okay. Let me hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36 for identification. Even if you can take a look at State's Exhibit 36. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
How so?
This is the autopsy report that I prepared.
Okay. And included with the autopsy report is also a toxicology report?
Yes.
And then also an evidence log or inventory sheet?
Evidence that we submitted to the toxicology lab.
And is that a true and accurate representation of the services performed there at the Montgomery County Coroner's Office in reference to baby Dylan's body?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask you, Dr. Brown, to explain to the jury what you received and how you received it. Just the initial package.
So we received Dylan's body in two milk crates that were put together, the open end put together, so open end to open end, and these milk crates were secured together by a chain with multiple padlocks, metal wires, and zip ties.
Let me hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 37 through 44 for identification. Doctor, if you could take a look through those photographs and advise the jury if you recognize them.
Yes.
Okay, how do you recognize them?
These are the photographs that we took during the autopsy.
Up next, the jurors listen to details from the autopsy report.
And so in these photographs, we have cut each layer by layer. We have cut this open and begun to unwrap the structure, basically.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take you back to the courtroom for more Ohio versus Jessica and Daniel Groves.
What's depicted in this photograph?
So this is what I was describing, these two milk crates that are secured together with a thick chain, which is woven in through these handles to hold these two milk crates secure together. And then the chain is further secured by padlocks, and the other ends of the milk crates secured by metal wires and zip ties.
Judge, if you would give her the laser pointer so that she can identify what she's speaking about to the jury.
Okay, so here we have, the top of each milk crate, which would be open-ended, and then the bottoms. And then they are put together with this thick chain and multiple padlocks and zip ties and metal wires.
Okay. And from your report, did you document how many zip ties, padlocks, and metal wires were there?
Yeah, so there are 3 padlocks, there are 12 zip ties, and there are 8 metal wires.
Okay. If I could show you State's Exhibit 38 and ask you to explain what is depicted in that photograph.
So now we're looking at the opposite end of these milk crates, and you can see then that this metal chain is going around this entire structure. And you also are able to see a little bit of what is inside of these milk crates, and these are very large rocks.
State's Exhibit 39.
And so then this is the opposite side of the structure. So we're just kind of going all the way around as if you're able to walk around the whole thing and look. And so also then on this side, the same type setup with the chain and padlocks.
State's Exhibit 40.
And so now we've completed the circle here with the opposite end. And again, the chain. And you can see a little bit as to what is contained inside, which is, another structure here, in addition to multiple 18 large rocks.
State's Exhibit 41.
So this gives you a closer look at what I'm describing to you so that you can see here are multiple zip ties and these metal wires that I've been describing.
State's Exhibit 42.
Another wire.
State's Exhibit 43.
Here we have the chain, padlock, and a zip tie.
And State's Exhibit 44.
So in order to see what is inside of this structure, we proceeded to open the top by cutting the portion of the milk crates and sort of opening it up. And so that's what we're doing here in this picture, so that you can see that there is this structure here, which contains Dylan's body. Also these large rocks. And then in addition to that, there is this iron anchor type device that is over the top of his body.
And do you remove that whole package out of the milk crates?
Yes.
Okay. And you continue to take photographs step by step of what you're seeing there?
Yes.
Why do you do that?
To demonstrate the extent to which his body is concealed.
This time I would ask the witness to identify State's Exhibit 46 through 55. The record here reflect and showing those to the defense counsel. And if you could glance through these photos and advise the jury if you recognize those photographs.
Yes.
Okay, and how do you recognize those?
These are the photographs taken during the autopsy.
And these photos are all true and accurate representation of what took place there in your office as you're performing this autopsy?
Yes.
Let me ask you about State's Exhibit 46 to begin with. What do you see there?
So here we have removed all of the contents of these milk crates. And so what we have here is on end, we are looking down on the top of Dylan, who is wrapped in multiple layers of plastic, and around all of this plastic is this iron anchor type device.
You would explain photograph 47, State's Exhibit 47 to the jury.
And so now we have just put it, the whole thing on the other side so that you can see just from another angle.
State's Exhibit 48.
We have now taken the anchor off, and so now we have numerous layers of plastic and duct tape wrapped around his body.
Okay, and so State's Exhibit 48 is mostly silver duct tape?
Yes, over the top of plastic.
State's Exhibit 49.
So now we begin to open this plastic, and we do this kind of layer by layer and find 6 different plastic items that are wrapped around his body and secured with duct tape, and the next one wrapped around his body and secured with duct tape over and over and over again. And so in these photographs, we have cut each layer, layer by layer, we have cut this open and begun to unwrap the structure, basically.
State's Exhibit 50.
And so now we're down another layer, which is different type of plastic with additional duct tape.
State's Exhibit 51.
And we're down to another layer of the same thing over and over and over again.
And it's not necessarily all the same plastic and duct tape. Is that
It's
right?
not. Mm-mm.
Okay. State's Exhibit 52.
And we're down to now another layer of plastic and duct tape.
And in this photograph, you're starting to see some debris from outside somewhere.
There is debris and everything is wet.
State's Exhibit 53.
Another layer of plastic.
State's Exhibit 54.
So now we are down to a blanket. So this right here is a blanket.
Dr. State's Exhibit 55.
There was another blanket, which was right here. And so now we are down to Dylan's body. And just the way that we have happened to open all of this plastic, what we're looking at is the back of his head and his back. So here's his head, okay, and it's the back of his head. Here's his back. This is his left arm. His right arm will be over here, and his feet will be down here. We just can't see them yet.
Before we move on, Doctor, did you all weigh that package before you started taking it apart, or do you recall?
I believe that we did. I don't recall what the weight of everything was, but I believe that we did.
Okay, all right. So if you would tell the members of the jury how you proceed through the examination before we move on to the photographs.
So we continue to, take pictures every step of the way, and basically now we're going to remove his body from this structure and examine his body.
I might approach the witness with State's Exhibits 56 through 60. Doctor, if you could take a glance through 56 through 60 and advise the jury if you recognize those photographs.
Yes.
How do you recognize those photographs?
Additional pictures taken during the autopsy.
Jurors saw photos of Dylan's remains. Court TV cameras did not show them on TV, but we could clearly see the images were too gruesome for Jessica and Daniel Groves, who were accused of killing their baby. Thank you for tuning in. We have a lot more to get to. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
So this is a closer look at his face. This is our identification.
As your autopsy progresses, you eventually look inside the body at these, at some of the things you've seen outside, and then identify things inside that you can't see from the outside. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
So here we have his head. This is the right side of the body. This is the left side of the body.
Welcome to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for being with us. The medical examiner had to give gruesome descriptions of baby Dylan's remains to the jury in Ohio versus Groves. All the while, Dylan's parents, the co-defendants, seemed emotional and kept their heads down in the courtroom where they were charged with murdering their baby.
Explain to the jury what that photo depicts.
So now we're looking, we have flipped him over, and so now we're looking at Dylan and his face. The top of his head is very darkened, although his face is still normal tan white color. He is in a sleeper, and he has on a sleeper, a onesie, and socks, as well as a disposable diaper, and everything is soaking wet.
If you would explain to the members of the jury what baby Dylan weighs at the time that you get his body, what his length was.
He weighs 2,126 grams, which is about 4.5 pounds.
And how long was he at that time?
20.5 inches long.
Okay. State's Exhibit 57.
So now we have flipped his body over, and you can see the back of his head. Again, the back of his head, going down to his neck area here is very darkened. And then the rest of his body, again, with wet clothing.
State's Exhibit 58.
So now we have undressed him so that we can evaluate for injury or natural disease, any signs of natural disease. And so here we can see there is an area on the right side of his chest that is red. It's a bruise. Okay, the right part of his abdomen is a little grayish, greenish discoloration, which you can see when a body begins to decompose or break down just after a period of being deceased. He also has a red area on his left leg, which is a bruise, and a laceration or a break of the skin on his left arm.
State's Exhibit 59.
So this is a closer look at his face. This is our identification photograph. And again, you can see this very well kind of demarcated. You could almost draw a line where you have all of this darkening of his scalp leading to right above the eyes.
If you would explain State's Exhibit 60.
And here is his back, with the back of his head. Again, his scalp area very darkened in color. And then the right side of his chest is red with bruising, and left leg is red with a bruise.
As your autopsy progresses, you eventually look inside the body at these, at some of the things you've seen outside, and then identify things inside that you can't see from the outside. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit 61 through 67.
Doctor, if you would take a look at these photos and advise the jury if you recognize those photographs.
Yes.
Are those, again, continuation of photography that you're doing, having done there as you're doing the autopsy?
Yes, that's right.
You would explain the significance of State's Exhibit 61.
So this is his left arm. So just for orientation, his head is here. This is his left arm, his left hand. And this is the laceration or the tear of the skin of his left arm.
State's Exhibit 62.
So this shows you a closer look at his left arm, and what I have done is I opened his left arm so that I could demonstrate the fracture of the left arm. So this is near that area where it is lacerated or torn, the skin, and beneath that area.
Just for a second, if the record would reflect that the witness was pointed to her upper arm. I'm sorry, go ahead.
So beneath this area is a fracture of his humerus, which is just the bone of the left arm. And here is the bone, which is fractured.
And that's a complete fracture?
Yes.
Okay. State's Exhibit 63.
So now we're looking further down on his left arm. So this is going to be his left forearm area. His left hand is here. His left shoulder would be up here. And his left forearm is also fractured. You have two bones in the left forearm, the radius and the ulna. So both bones of the left forearm are also fractured.
Doctor, before we move on, let me hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 for identification.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay, what is that photograph?
This is an x-ray that we took during the autopsy.
And does this x-ray demonstrate the fractures that you were just speaking of?
Yes.
Okay, so using the laser pointer, if you would identify those fractures on the x-ray for the jury.
So here we have his head. This is the right side of the body. This is the left side of the body. And this is the left arm with the fracture of the left humerus or the upper arm bone. And then here is a fracture of the left radius and ulna, the bones of the left forearm.
And doctor, is it accurate to say that those lower fractures are also complete fractures?
Yes.
You would explain to the jury what's depicted in State's Exhibit 64.
So this is his left leg. The left knee, and his foot would be down here. And so I have made this opening right here so that I can look at the bone inside. Surrounding this area, it is red because it is bruised.
State's Exhibit 65.
So here we can see the bone of the left leg. This is his left tibia or your shin bone, and it is fractured.
And again, Dr. would it be accurate to say that that fracture is a complete fracture also?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 66.
So we are getting ready to open his chest and abdomen area to examine his body organs. And here we are looking at the skin from the right side of his chest. And this area right here, all of this red area is bruising of the right side of his chest.
And State's Exhibit 67.
So now we have already removed the organs from his body cavities, chest and abdomen, and now we're looking at his rib cage. Okay, so his head would be up here, his feet down here, and this is his spine running down the middle of his body, and these are his left ribs. And you can see that the ribs are nice, straight, smooth bones. And here we have on rib 6 a large nodular area, which is a large callus from an old healing fracture. And the same thing on rib 7 next to it, a large nodular area, which is a healing old fracture, left ribs 6 and 7.
Doctor, in your opinion, would these fractures have occurred at the same time the fractures that we just looked at?
No.
Coming up, details into baby Dylan's injuries.
We have a fracture on the right parietal skull, and here we have a fracture of the left parietal skull. So they're both on top of his head.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
Before we move on, let me show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 73. Ask you if you recognize this photograph.
Yes.
Explain to the jury what that is.
So this is another x-ray taken during the autopsy of his lower body.
And does this x-ray depict both some of the arm fractures and the leg fracture?
Yeah, so it's an x-ray of his lower body. His head would be here. This is the right side of the body, the left side. This tag here indicates to you that that's the left side of his body. His left arm, you see the lower arm here, which is the fractures of his left forearm, those two bones of the left forearm. And then here we have the left leg, and here is the fracture of that left tibia or that shin bone of his left leg.
Okay. And you said these fractures would not have occurred at the same time as the rib fractures we just looked at?
No, there's no signs of healing.
Okay. So that calcification you were just speaking of you don't see that here?
Correct.
Okay. Doctor, if you would explain to the members of the jury your internal examination of the baby's organs and what's there and what's not.
So the organs are decomposed, just a normal process that you go through after death. And so the organs will sort of lose some of their weight, lose some of their integrity. So, for example, his brain, when I examined his brain, instead of it being a nice firm structure where you can evaluate all of the structures within the brain, it was liquid.
What about the other organs in his body? His heart, his lungs?
They, while I did not find any evidence of any natural disease or injury, they were decomposing, same way the brain was.
Okay. Explain to the jury what sources you use to refer to toxicology.
So, under normal circumstances, you would want to use blood as your number one source that you would use to send something for toxicology to see what types of substances, drugs basically, are in the person's body. And then, blood and urine would be your top choices. But due to decomposition, I didn't have any blood for Dylan. I didn't have any urine to use. And so for his toxicology, we had to use liver.
So you would take a sample from the liver and forward that onto your toxicology department?
That's right.
Okay. Let me hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 68 through 71 and ask you if you can recognize these photographs. Doctor, do you recognize the photos I've just handed you?
Yes, these are additional autopsy photographs.
Okay. And what do these photographs depict generally?
These are showing his skull with fractures.
So if you would explain to the members of the jury what's seen in States Exhibit 68.
So we have reflected his scalp away from the bone of his head, his skull. So we're looking down on top of his head, the bone. And this is the right side, this is the left side. And here we have a fracture on the right parietal skull. And here we have a fracture of the left parietal skull. So they're both on top of his head.
Okay, and about what is the size of each of those fractures?
The right side is about 2 inches, I believe, and the left approximately 1.
1 inch?
Yeah.
Okay. If you would explain to the members of the jury any other significance that you see in the difference, if there is a difference in these two injuries.
So the fracture on the right side, this longer fracture here, between the two pieces of bone that are fractured, there is some tissue formation showing some signs of healing. That is not seen on the fracture on the left side here.
Doctor, explain what we're seeing here in States Exhibit 69.
So this is the same thing, just a closer look at the top of his head. This is the right side of the skull, and this is the fracture of the right side, and this is the one that has some tissue formation between those two pieces of fractured bone, showing some healing.
And States Exhibit 70.
This is a closer look at the fracture of the left side of the head that did not show any signs of healing.
So would it be your opinion, doctor, that these fractures did not occur at the same time?
Yes.
If I could put these fractures up there closer together, could you show the jury what you're looking at when you describe signs of healing?
So, normally if a bone is fractured, the two pieces are going to be loose and not connected anymore the way they should be normally. And then as your body begins to help you and start to do some repair work, the ends will begin to be connected by some tissue. And that's what's happening with this fracture on the right side here.
Doctor, if you would take a look at State's Exhibit 71 and explain to the jury what we see there.
So we have removed the piece of bone from the upper part of the skull now, and we're looking on the inside of the skull. And so normally what you would see would be the structure of his brain, but due to decomposition changes, instead of seeing this nice, well-constructed construction of his brain, it's liquefied. And so it is really this liquid that is in here. And the liquid would normally be a tan white color because that's the color of your brain. And the liquid is pink.
What does that indicate to you, doctor?
I believe that blood was mixed in, making it a pink color.
Dr. Brown, is a brain bleed consistent with skull fractures of this nature?
It can be, yes.
Okay. And you said most of the organs are decomposing.
Yes.
Are you able to say from examining the baby's bones whether or not he would have been alive or deceased at the time that he was placed in the well?
No, not from examining the lungs. So drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion, so you really would need to exclude everything else in order to come to the conclusion of drowning. And I can't exclude everything else because I have numerous injuries.
Doctor, if you would explain to the members of the jury what you believe to be the cause of death and why you believe that.
His cause of death is homicidal violence of undetermined etiology, which basically means that all of the information that I have from scene investigation, from the autopsy, from the toxicology report, everything all points to this being a homicide. But the specific cause of death can't be determined because a typical exam could not be performed because his body was decomposing from being concealed and in water for months.
When you say the typical exam could not be performed and therefore you call the death homicidal violence by unknown etiology, does that mean normally you would say homicidal violence or gunshot wound or stab wound or
blunt force trauma?
Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
So are you saying to the jury that you just can't say exactly how this was caused?
That's right.
What method or mechanism caused it?
That's right.
Okay. Do you consider these injuries blunt force trauma or trauma?
Yes.
Okay. Let me hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 45.
Ahead, more on the suffering that baby Dylan went through.
Is it your opinion that these injuries were caused while baby Dylan was alive or dead?
Alive.
Why is that?
Because they show signs of healing.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for joining us. Blunt force trauma, fractures to the skull, broken ribs. That's what happened to baby Dylan in the 2 months he was alive, according to the medical examiner. She was testifying about her report in the trial of Dylan's parents, Jessica and Daniel Groves.
Ma'am, do you recognize State's Exhibit 45?
Yes.
Okay, and how so?
Another picture that we took during the autopsy.
And is that State's Exhibit 45 there on the screen?
Yes.
You would explain to the members of the jury the purpose and significance of State's Exhibit 45.
We took this picture to demonstrate everything that was contained in these milk crates. So at the far right of the screen here, we have the milk crates. And then on the left side, all of the rocks, the anchor, and all of the plastic and duct tape that had been contained surrounding Dylan's body inside of the milk crates.
And does all of this play a part in your opinion of this case?
Yes.
Okay, explain that to the jury.
This was a lot of work, large extent to go through in order to conceal this child's body so that it would not be found.
Doctor, let me take you back for a second to State's Exhibit 67, which you identify as the rib cage and some fractures with calcification there. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Is it your opinion that these injuries were caused while baby Dylan was alive or dead?
Alive.
Why is that?
Because they show signs of healing. That's the way that those calcifications are made. Your body's reacting to it. So it's a process that has to happen while you're alive.
Okay, Doctor, in State's Exhibit 69.
This is the skull fracture on the right side.
Is it your opinion that baby Dylan was alive or deceased when that injury occurred?
Also showing signs of healing, so he was alive.
The remaining fractures, State's Exhibit 70.
The left side of the skull.
Okay. And then the fractures to his arm and leg.
Mm-hmm.
Is it your opinion that baby Dylan was alive or deceased when those fractures occurred?
Well, by just looking at the fracture itself, there are no signs of healing. So those fractures would either have to be made after death or at the time of death. So right at the time of death, so that his body would not have had enough time to begin a repair process of these fractures.
So the fractures, you're saying either he was deceased when they occurred or they occurred and he died so quickly that the body could not react?
Correct.
What type of reaction do you see in a fracture if there's time for healing?
Well, you begin by seeing blood, and then microscopically you can see inflammatory cells, and then something called granulation tissue. So basically tissue starting to form in this area to help with the repair process.
And you mentioned earlier, Dr. Brown, that there was bruising to his part of his arm and part of his leg.
Bruising to his left leg, a laceration of his left arm.
Okay, I'm sorry, bruising to his leg and his rib cage.
Yes.
Okay. Does that bruising indicate anything to you?
Well, it's likely due to blunt force trauma.
Okay. And then what actually causes the bruise?
blood vessels are broken, and so instead of your blood being contained inside of your blood vessel, blood is escaping out into your tissue.
I think you mentioned earlier that you used a portion of baby Dylan's liver to forward onto toxicology.
That's right.
Explain to the members of the jury what results you received from your toxicology lab.
We found methamphetamine and amphetamine in his liver.
Do you make efforts to determine what the source of that could be?
You can't tell by looking at the toxicology results how the substance came to be within his body.
Okay. Did you review any records to try to eliminate possibilities of ingestion? Medical records?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to the jury what you reviewed and what you were able to eliminate.
I reviewed birth records and records from 2 pediatrician, basically well baby checks. And there was never any indication that he was ever prescribed any kind of medication or sick.
Okay. Was there any indication whether or not he was breastfed or bottle fed?
The records indicate that he was not breastfed, that he was bottle fed.
Okay. So he could not have obtained those substances through breast milk?
Correct.
Correct.
Doctor, if I might hand you what's going to be marked State's Exhibit 74. Before I do that, Your Honor, may we approach the bench?
You may. Here in just the jury here in just a moment, the prosecutor's going to discuss with the witness State's Exhibit 74, which my understanding are the crates that were shown in the earlier pictures. The remaining items from the coroner's office, because of their condition, the body matter that was on those items and the current odor associated with these items, the lawyers have agreed to substitute photographs in lieu of those items. So you will have the benefit of the photographs, but you will not have the benefit of the actual items during your deliberations. Ms. Hutchinson, you may continue.
Ask you to open this bag, take a look inside, and tell the jury whether you recognize this item and don't leave it anywhere.
Okay. Yes, I recognize the milk crates that I examined during the autopsy.
Next, the medical examiner confirms the fractures found on baby Dylan's body.
Some kind of blunt force trauma.
Okay. And that could have been the result of an accident.
I don't know how it happened.
You can't say, but I'm just saying it's possible that it was caused by an accident.
Sure.
I know
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take you back to the courtroom for more Ohio versus Jessica and Daniel Groves.
Doctor, again, if you would tell the members of the jury what your opinion is as to cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Homicidal violence of undetermined etiology.
This time I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Mr. Stratton, you may cross-examine the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good to see you again, Dr. Brown. Just have a few questions for you. Could you repeat for the jury, you took Dylan Groves' weight and measured him at
Yes.
the autopsy. Could you repeat again what that weight was and his length?
Mm-hmm. So it was 2,126 grams, or that is about 4.5 pounds, and he was 20.5 inches.
Okay, thank you. Also, we saw pictures earlier of his head. It was black.
Yes.
Is that bruising?
So I could not determine whether that darkened area on his scalp was due to bruising from blood or due to decomposition changes.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. And again, there was 3 healing wounds. The ribs 6 and 7, correct?
Yes.
And the 2-inch skull fracture on the right side, correct?
Correct.
Okay. The other wounds show no signs of healing?
Correct.
They weren't caused by going down the well, were they?
I don't believe that they were caused by going into the well due to the numerous layers and layers of duct tape and plastic that had him somewhat cocooned into this structure, and the lack of any type of tearing of the plastic or his sleeper.
Okay. All right, thank you, Dr. Brown. So his injuries, again, occurred either shortly before death or at death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Again, homicidal violence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stratton. Ms. Scott, you may cross-examine.
So we're talking about several distinct areas of injury, is that correct?
Yes.
Onto the child's body, correct?
Yes.
There are 2 areas that did show some signs of healing, correct?
Yes.
One being a skull fracture,
Yes.
and there was 2 ribs that were injured, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We'll just take them one at a time. The rib fractures, are you able to estimate how long prior to you viewing the body, or how long prior to his death, those were injured?
So in terms of just being able to give you a number, it really is not that precise. Everybody is a little bit different in their healing process. So no, I can't give you an exact time.
Okay. Do you know can you narrow it down in regards to days or weeks?
I wouldn't be able to narrow it down any further than, yes, it would have to be days to weeks.
Days to weeks, okay. And the type of injury to his chest, were you able to tell how it would have appeared when it was injured? Would it have had some type of bruising or some type of outward signs to indicate there was that injury to the inside of the body?
Well, it's possible there was bruising, but without being able, to examine him at that time.
Okay.
I can't tell you positively, but it's possible there was bruising on the outside.
Possible there was bruising, but there may not have been any bruising or swelling.
Well, I don't know, but yes, there's possibility that there would have been bruising.
What about swelling?
That's possible.
But there's also a possibility that there was not any swelling.
Sure.
Okay. So there may not have been any outward signs on the skin, outward skin, that would indicate that there were ribs that were fractured underneath of it, correct?
The outward sign would have been his behavior.
Right. But possibly crying from pain.
Rib fractures are painful.
Sure.
Because they're going to hurt every time you breathe. Whenever you breathe, your chest cavity moves in and out, and that's going to hurt.
Right. But at some point in time, that pain would start to subside, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, there may not have been any outward signs of that type of trauma, correct?
On skin.
Thank you. In regards to that fracture that had begun to heal on the top of his skull, and I believe it's on the right side, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did that indicate that there was any type of crushing injury to the skull?
Well, some kind of blunt force trauma.
Right. Could have been caused by a fall?
Hitting either an object or something hitting his head, or his head hitting an object of some sort.
So whether something either landed on him or he landed on something, that's what caused that injury, correct?
Yeah, some kind of blunt force trauma.
Okay. And that could have been the result of an accident?
I don't know how it happened.
You can't say, but I'm just saying it's possible that it was caused by an accident. Sure. I know we're open to all realms of possibility here.
Sure.
You do not have any definitive evidence, any source of information that would tell you one way or the other whether it was an accident or whether it was intentional, correct?
Correct.
Okay. We did hear from his pediatrician yesterday, Dr. Hudson, and he indicated that sometimes with skull fractures, there are signs of bruising and swelling, and sometimes there's not. Would you hold that same opinion?
Sure.
Okay. So even with this type of injury, whether something landed on him or he landed on something else, there may not have been any outward signs of that type of trauma, correct?
The same answer, basically. Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
Other than maybe behavior, the baby would probably not be acting normally.
Okay. And he could have been crying.
Yes.
But at some point in time, that would have subsisted and the healing process began, correct?
Sure.
Okay. And that could have occurred in as little as a few days, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. In regards to the other injuries, I believe that you've already stated now on at least 2 occasions, those injuries either occurred at the time of death, simultaneously to death, shortly prior to death, because your conclusion is that they showed no signs of healing, correct?
Right.
Okay. Is there anything to indicate, or is there anything that you're able to draw any conclusion from that those injuries would have occurred from more than one person causing them?
I can't say by looking at the injuries.
Okay, thank you. And it is not in necessarily your job description to ascertain who caused those injuries, correct?
Correct.
Just that they were caused, correct?
Yes.
When they were caused, correct?
Yes.
And that they may be the source of this child's death, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I do believe that it is also your conclusion that you do not have an opinion that this child was alive at the time it was placed in those crates and put down the well, correct?
Yes, again, that speaks to drowning. And
I'm sorry?
That speaks to drowning.
Correct.
And drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion, so I cannot tell you that he drowned.
Okay. That's why I just want to make sure,
Yes.
clear that it is not your opinion that he was alive and he drowned when going into the well, correct?
Correct.
It would be your opinion that he was no longer breathing and did not take any water in, which would have caused him to drown as a result of going in that well, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Homicidal violence was the cause of death that the medical examiner ruled in this case. But the defense attorneys raised questions as to what else could have caused Dylan's injuries. Thank you for watching. Keep it here for more. We're coming right back.
The The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Did you performed an external examination and you have that as part of your report, is that correct?
Yes.
Over what period of time, if you're able to say, would a bruise be created?
Well, you can't date a bruise by looking at there is not an accurate way to date a bruise by looking at the color changes that you see.
You're watching Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for joining us. The death of baby Dylan trial involved disturbing images and descriptions of abuse and injuries to the 2-month-old. His remains had been found at the bottom of a 30-foot well. The medical examiner testified in his parents' trial about the injuries that she found on Dylan's body.
Over what period of time, if you're able to say, would a bruise be created? Like the bruise that you talked about on baby Dylan's head from his brow ridge to the back of his skull. Do you know what time period it would take to form such a bruise?
Well, you can't date a bruise by looking at there is not an accurate way to date a bruise by looking at the color changes that you see on a bruise.
Okay. So that bruise could have occurred, or that the blood pooling in that area could have occurred very close to his time of death, correct?
That's possible.
Okay. It did not necessarily occur over a period of hours or days or weeks.
I can't tell you how long the bruise was there.
Okay, but I'm just saying there's no testimony that you can give in regards to that period of time, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Also, in regards to that bruising that was associated with his right chest injury, would that be the same conclusion you would draw as well?
Yes, I can't date the bruise.
Okay. Or how long it took to appear, correct?
Correct.
Also, in regards to the bruising on the leg associated with that leg break, is that also your same testimony?
Yes.
There's no time frame that you can put on that appearance, correct?
Correct.
In your direct examination, you testified that when brain matter typically liquefies in the decomposition process, it would be gray or green, correct?
Yes.
And in this matter, it was pink, correct?
Yes.
And you believe that that pink was caused by blood, correct?
Yes.
But I also believe that you said that there may be other reasons for it to be pink, or did I misunderstand you? That that wasn't the only reason for it to be pink?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, that's why I wanted to clarify.
Yeah.
That would be your reasoning for it to be pink.
Yes.
And that would be associated with that darkening of the scalp that we saw?
It's possible.
And potentially from the skull fracture we saw towards the back of the head on the left side, correct?
Yes.
And those are all things that you cannot date as to the spreading of that bruise, the causation of that bruise, or when that blood appeared, correct? Close in time to his death.
With the bruise, no.
Okay. Did any of the items that were inside the crate, which we saw, I believe that you said there were approximately 18 stones located in there, is that correct?
Yes.
In that iron object, is that correct?
Yes.
Were any of those a cause of these fractures?
I don't know.
Okay. You're not able to say?
No, it's due to blunt force trauma of some kind, but I'm not able to say.
And you're not actually able to say if they were calls prior to or after going into the well, but it's your belief that they were calls not as a result of going into the well.
Which injuries?
The arm fractures and the leg fracture and the chest fracture that was not healing and the skull fracture that was not healing.
So I can't specifically date those because there are no signs of healing. My opinion is that they likely happened at the time of death and likely not due to after death being dropped into the well.
Okay. Also, in regards to the toxicology, you do not know the source of the drugs that were found in the liver, correct?
Correct.
You were able to rule out that he was given any medication that would be associated with those tests, correct?
Yes.
But you're also not able to draw any conclusion from the information that you received if he ingested those by means of someone administering those to him. You're not able to say who did that, correct?
I'm not able to say who did it. He certainly didn't do it. But yes, I'm not able to say who did it.
At that age, he's not probably putting things of his own accord into his own mouth without assistance. But you would not be able to say if that was assisted by an adult or one of his parents. You're not able to say who did that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Are you able to say when those would have been ingested?
No.
Okay. When a body is decomposing, does it often lose mass?
Yes, it can.
So the weight that you determined his body to be in, which is slightly over 4 pounds, would that be atypical in a situation where a body close in that time was weighed when he was alive, that he would weigh less after he decomposed for a portion of time?
It's certainly possible to lose weight because your organs are losing some weight. So yes, it's certainly possible to lose weight.
So the weight isn't necessarily accounted to any type of intentional act or abuse on behalf of the caregiver. It could be accounted for through the decomposition process.
I don't know what he weighed at the time of his death, but you could certainly lose weight during decomposition.
Okay, thank you. In regards to your autopsy report, do you still have that in front of you? Did you take that back? Do you have that?
I have one.
Oh, okay, you have your own personal copy. Okay, thank you. Do you want to read? Your Honor, may I approach? Just so she uses the marked exhibit. I'm going to hand you what was marked as State's Exhibit number 36. You did an overall exam of Dylan's body, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In the outward appearance of his body, did you perform you performed an external examination and you have that as part of your report, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. On what would I believe be your page 3, marked at the bottom? If you could turn to that section, please, labeled external examination. Do you have that page?
Yes.
Okay. Could you read that first line for me there?
The body is that the line?
That's the line I'm asking.
The body is that of a well-developed, well-nourished, white male infant who has a weight of 1,226 grams, a crown to heel length of 20.5 inches, a crown to rump length of 14 inches, a head circumference of 15.5 inches, a chest circumference of 14 inches, an abdominal circumference of 14 inches, and a foot length of 3 inches.
Thank you. So your external examination of this body, other than the fractures that you uncovered and the bruising that you uncovered, he was a well-developed, well-nourished white male infant, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Coming up, Dr. Brown gives her medical opinion on a hypothetical question.
Is it your medical opinion that those substances could have been detected in his liver and could have stayed there from birth?
No, not that long.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
Do you have any knowledge, or as part of your education or experience, are you able to date how fast an infant grows?
You probably would. Probably a pediatrician would be better suited to answer that question.
Okay. I guess I was just, do you know how long he would be? Like what is there any type of rough guideline?
Well, there are growth charts.
Witness answer, a pediatrician would be more appropriate to answer these questions.
She can give an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to that issue. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Your Honor, I believe that she testified that she is trained in anatomy.
She said a pediatrician would be more appropriate. So unless you can lay a foundation that she can give that kind of opinion.
Well, may I have an opportunity to try to lay that foundation?
Briefly.
Okay, thank you. Have you studied the field of anatomy?
I'm sorry?
Have you studied the field of anatomy?
Yes.
Okay. Have you studied or had any education or training in how bones grow and their ability to grow and how they grow, what causes them to grow or not to grow?
Through
lack of better words.
Through medical school, yeah.
Okay. In your duties as a coroner, do you take into consideration length, weight, other measurements in regards to bone length and what length they are whenever you're examining in a body?
Not bone length, but certainly we're weighing and measuring each person that comes through the coroner's office. But it isn't something that we would do on a regular basis, as a pediatrician would every time you see a child come in and you're tracking this one child and can follow his or her growth and development.
Okay.
So that isn't really something that we're doing at the coroner's office.
If you had a measurement of this child in February of 2019.
Objection, Your Honor.
Address the question.
If you had a measurement, a length measurement of this child in February of 2019, and knowing the length of the baby's body when you received him into your office, could you tell if the baby had grown and how possibly when his life would have ended and he stopped growing from that previous measurement to your measurement?
No.
Okay. I mean, I appreciate your answer. Okay. Your Honor, if I can have just a moment.
Your Honor, at this time I do not have any
further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Any redirect?
Just a few, Your Honor. Doctor, you were asked on cross-examination about the substances that were detected in toxicology. Is it your medical opinion that those substances could have been detected in his liver and could have stayed there from birth?
No, not that long. So anytime you, whatever way you ingest something, your body will break down that substance. Any kind of a drug, even a drug you're getting from your doctor, your body will break down that substance until eventually the substance is gone. And so it wouldn't still be in his system from birth.
So he would have had to have been exposed at some other time?
Yes.
Not in utero, for this to show up in his liver?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked about, and I'm not sure it was that clear, but rocks causing these injuries. And you said yes. Do you mean rocks caused these injuries as it went into the well, or you could use a rock to cause these injuries?
I meant that you could use a rock to cause these injuries.
So if someone bashed baby Dylan in the head with one of these rocks, it would result in the skull fracture, possibly?
Yes.
You were asked about skull fractures being accidental. And I think you already said a 2-month-old baby could not have an accident himself that would result in these fractures. Is that right?
You would have to present the scenario to me.
In other words,
but
he's not
playing.
Walking,
yes.
Or playing.
Yes.
Okay. Do the types of fractures or the fact that he has fractures to his ribs at 2 months old indicate anything to you?
He has been subjected to some kind of trauma.
Okay. Are there fractures that you would say are typical in child abuse situations that you see more commonly than others?
Well, there shouldn't ever be any types of fractures. But certainly as, kids get older and become toddlers, then they would be in a situation where, much more likely to have an accidental fracture of some kind. But a 2-month-old does not fall into that category.
Okay. And you were sort of isolating injuries, but the rib fractures, you said those fractures occurred. You can't date them, but can you say whether or not they would have occurred first or last based on the signs of healing?
Compared to all of the other fractures, they would have occurred first just based on signs of healing.
Okay. And then what would have occurred next?
The other fracture that he has that shows any signs of healing at all, which is the right skull fracture.
The 2-inch fracture?
Yes.
Okay. And then lastly would be the remaining fractures of the arm, leg, and skull, the 1-inch fracture.
That's right.
So are you telling this jury it is your opinion that these were at least 3 different incidents?
Yes.
You were asked about drowning. Can you exclude drowning based on what your examination is?
I can't exclude drowning, but I can't include it either because you don't have a specific sign. There is not a specific pathognomonic sign that somebody has when they drowned.
So if you received the body and there were none of these other injuries, fractures and bruising, would you then say that he had probably drowned?
It certainly would be more possible that he had drowned, yes.
Okay. So what you're telling this jury in here is you can't say either way?
Yes.
Okay. But what you do have evidence of is all of this homicidal violence?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Hutchinson, Mr. Stratton, any recross?
Yeah, just Dr. Brown, not to beat a dead horse here, but I just want to ask you a question about this. Dr. Hudson, who is Dylan's pediatrician, testified earlier that on 2/7 that he weighed 7 pounds 2 ounces and that he was 19 and a half inches long. Then on February 21st, he said Dylan was 7 pounds 15 ounces, 20.3 inches long. The date of your autopsy is when?
June 13th.
June 13th. You said he weighed 4 pounds 8 ounces, correct?
Yes.
And you said he was 20.5 inches long, correct?
Yes.
Would you be surprised if his date of death is March 28th based upon...
Objection, Your Honor.
Next, jurors hear from the lead detective on the case.
Describe to the jury his demeanor and his appearance as you see him in there.
Daniel appeared to be dope sick.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Jurors in the death of baby Dylan trial heard from the investigator who interrogated Dylan's parents. They were on trial, accused of killing the 2-month-old. The investigator had questioned them while Dylan was missing.
Again, Dr. Brown, you said on 6/12 he weighed 4 pounds 8 ounces and was 20.5 inches long, correct?
Yes.
Back where we were. And that Dr. Hudson had testified on that on 2/21 that he weighed 7 pounds 15 ounces and 20.3 inches long. Would that be consistent, or would you be surprised if the date of death was closer to 2/21 or closer to 6/12?
I can't use his weight to determine his date of death.
What about his length?
I can't use his length either to determine the date of his death.
Thanks, Your Honor. No further questions.
Scott, any other recross?
I do briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Brown.
It is not your opinion here today that baby Dylan drowned. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You do not have the opinion that the baby was alive prior to being placed in that water, do you?
I do not.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Ms. Scott?
No questions. Thank you.
Is this witness excused?
Yes, Your Honor. When is this?
Yes, Your Honor.
Doctor, thank you for your time. You're free to go.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
We're here today to talk to you about your baby brother, Dylan. Would you tell the jury, did you ever see Dylan with any injuries?
He did have some swelling in his head, but otherwise I did not see any injuries upon his body. After I saw these injuries, he was around for a little while, and they seemed to deplete and go down, and then that was when he was disappeared for about 2 weeks.
I've admitted to my guilt.
How did you?
And I have to live without my children. I'm done talking to you.
You are talking to me because you're sitting on the witness stand.
Welcome to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for being with us. Baby Dylan's older brother took the stand for the prosecution in their parents' murder trial. Cameras did not show the 14-year-old because he was a minor, but you can see his parents crying as he testified about baby Dylan.
During the break, for the media's purposes, we did consult with the Daniel Groves Jr.'s guardian, and she did object to him being filmed or photographed, so I would ask that the cameras be lowered such as not to catch his image during his testimony. There'll be no photography during his testimony either. stand here. You raise your right hand for me, please. You raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat.
Sir, I need you to tell the jury your name.
My name is Daniel Groves, Daniel Allen Groves.
Okay. You're Daniel Groves Jr., is that right?
Yes.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 15 years old.
Such as you're away from the microphone.
Okay. How old are you?
I'm 15 years old.
Okay. And you go to school here in Scioto County?
Yes, at Northwest High School.
Okay.
Just speak up a little bit if you can. All right?
Almost like you're yelling at that officer in the back of the courtroom, okay?
Yeah.
All right. Your parents are Daniel and Jessica, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you, not where you live, but who do you live with?
I live with my aunt and my uncle, Phil Shirey.
Okay. And when did that happen? That you went to live with your aunt and uncle?
Up near the beginning of 2019 in April, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, April.
Okay. And was that
Young man, you're going to have to speak up. Scoot your chair forward a little bit. That'll help a little bit. All right. And just speak up real loud so the people in the back can hear you.
Was that because Children's Services placed you there?
Yes.
Okay. And you said that was in April?
Yes.
All right. We're here today to talk to you about your baby brother, Dylan. Would you tell the jury, did you ever see Dylan with any injuries?
He did have some swelling in his head, but otherwise I did not see any injuries upon his body.
Was his head bruised in any way?
It appeared bruised, yes.
Okay, when you say it appeared bruised, tell them what you saw.
Like blackened and purple, what you would imagine as a bruise.
And where was that?
Upon all of his head, all the way around, most just top of his head.
Okay. Was there a time when...
Speak up a little bit.
And I can't see where he's indicating on his own body.
Why don't you step up in front here, Ms. Scott, so you can see.
Was there a time when baby Dylan was no longer at your house?
For a period of a couple of weeks, yes.
Okay. And then later, did he not, he was gone from your house also?
Explain that.
In other words, after you saw these injuries, what happened with the baby?
After I saw these injuries, he was around for a little while, and they seemed to deplete and go down, and then that was when he was disappeared for about 2 weeks.
Okay. Did you ask your parents about the injuries to the baby, or did they tell you what happened to the baby?
They gave me explanation for the injuries, yes.
Okay. Who did that? Was that your mom or your dad?
My father.
Okay. Was your mom there?
At that time, yes, my mom was there.
Okay. What were you told about what happened to the baby?
As somewhere near the beginning, I was told about him getting a dream catcher stuck within his arm and him swinging a tiny stone up to his head. I'm not sure if that caused the swelling of his head. I don't believe it was.
Okay. You didn't do anything to hurt that baby, did you?
I did not do a single thing to hurt that baby.
Okay. Do you know who did?
I do not.
Okay. Daniel, I've talked to you twice before this, is that right?
Yes.
And ask you the same questions I'm asking you right now?
Yes.
Okay. When we talked before, and I'm going to ask you in here for the jury, was there a time when you were asked to give urine to either of your parents?
Yes.
Okay, tell the jury what you were doing.
It was like a cup that it wasn't like a standard casual cup you'd grab out of a cabinet in your house, and it was probably about every couple months.
Okay. And who were you giving that to?
Mainly my father.
Okay. Do you know did you see him do anything with it after you gave it to him?
I've seen him put it into like a capped lid bottle, but that's all I've seen him do with it.
Okay. And this was before you were removed by Children's Services?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm still struggling to hear him. I couldn't hear whether or not he said mom or dad on who gave me urine.
He said he's father. You can step up here, this guy.
I just have a few more questions. Tell the jury when you first realized that your mom might be pregnant.
It was somewhere around in November, or near the beginning of November in 2018.
Okay. And you remember that because your birthday's around that time?
Yeah, I remember the event of confronting my mother with it.
Okay. What did you say to her?
I simply just asked her, because I've been noticing for a while that she seemed to be swelling like she was pregnant. I had asked her about it, and she had told me that, yes, she was pregnant.
Okay. And you think that was early November?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Daniel. I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I apologize. Your voice was so soft, and where I was sitting at, I apologize. I have to go over this with you again, but I didn't hear a lot of what you said, so I just want to make sure I have my notes accurately, okay?
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. The injuries that you described to baby Dylan, I believe that you stated, and correct me if I'm wrong, that you saw his head a little bit swollen and a bruise. Is that correct?
It was most of his head that seemed like a bruise, yes.
Okay. And I know you were motioning and you were doing some motioning, and I'm sorry my view was blocked. Could you point to that again?
Describing his head, it would be mostly upper of his, like his scalp. It wouldn't be his whole face, it would be just of his scalp and the top part of his head.
His scalp was a little bit bruised and it was swollen.
Yes, it was around all of his head, around about where you would expect hair to be.
Okay. And his head was tiny, correct?
Yes.
He was a tiny, okay. And did you see any cuts?
Cuts? No.
Okay. Did you see any, like, fresh blood?
No.
Okay. And can you please tell me again when you believe that you observed this injury?
Personally, I did not observe the injury. I came home from school one day and he had.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was a bad question on my behalf. I'll re-ask the question. When did you see the bruising and the swelling?
I do not know the exact date of when it happened. It was sometime after the dream catcher incident I had described.
Okay, and so I know that you were taken out of the home on April the 24th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you tell me, obviously it was before that, correct?
Yes.
So do you know if it was around Easter time that year? Do you know how many weeks it was prior to you coming out of the home?
It might have been 2 or 3 weeks.
2 or 3 weeks before you were taken out of the home on April the 24th.
It was, well...
Right. You saw the bruising and swelling 2 to 3 weeks prior to you being taken out of the home on April 24th.
I am a little bit unsure with the, I'd say it'd be more than 2 or 3 weeks. I am slightly unsure, but that's, yes.
So it may have been a little bit earlier than 2 or 3 weeks.
Objection, Your Honor, he said he doesn't know.
Okay. At first you thought it was 2 or 3 weeks, but it may not be 2 or 3 weeks now?
Looking back at the dates, I do believe it may have been longer, but I'm also not sure.
Okay. And then after you saw the bruising and swelling to the baby's head, you stated to Miss Hutchinson when she was asking you, at some point in time after that, you no longer saw baby Dylan at all. Is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when that was in relation to you being taken out of the home on April the 24th?
No, I do not.
Okay. Do you know how many days after that bruising and swelling happened?
It would have probably at least been a week, but at the same time, I'm not sure.
Okay. Were you home, or did you come home when Patricia? Let me strike that, Your Honor. Do you know who Patricia Kraft is?
My old caseworker, yes.
Okay. Do you recall her coming to the home sometime at the end of March, and you would have come home during that time when she was there?
I do not recall many of her visits.
Okay. Do you recall any of the visits that you visited, that you were present when she was there at the same time?
Yeah, I remember visits where she was there. I just don't remember any of the details that she talked about.
Your Honor, may I get something off the table?
Next, baby Dylan's big brother describes life at home.
Daniel, you resided with your parents the majority of your life, is that correct?
All of my life.
All of your life
I was
until April of last year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see your father injure baby Dylan?
No.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
And then you described a time period when you were providing, for lack of better words, some urine and putting it in a container for your father, I believe you said. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, do you recall, was that before baby Dylan was born or after baby Dylan was born?
There were periods of both before and after.
Okay, and do you know what he did with that urine?
As for sure, no, I was not.
Okay. Were you ever at a facility where he was requested to go into a restroom with somebody and give urine in a cup?
No.
Okay. Did you ever go into the restroom with him at the hospital and he asked you to pee in the cup for him versus him peeing in a cup?
At the hospital, no, I have not.
Okay. Did you ever have you ever been to Children's Services Agency up in New Boston?
Yes, but only like once.
Only once? Okay. Did you ever go into the restroom with your dad there at that agency and pee in a cup that he was supposed to pee in a cup?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you ever do you know where juvenile court is downstairs on the second floor of this building?
Yes.
Have you ever been there?
No.
Okay. Did you ever come to court with your dad in mid-January and go into the restroom and pee in a cup for him?
No, I did not.
Okay.
All incidences of me doing that were at our own household.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you saying that. Your Honor, if I can have just a second. Daniel, you resided with your parents the majority of your life, is that correct?
All of my life.
All of your life up
I was
until
removed. Yes.
April of last year, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that your father took care of you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did your father ever injure you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you ever see your father injure baby Dylan?
No.
Thank you.
Any further questions, Ms. Scott?
No further questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
Absolutely not, Your Honor.
Is this young man free to go?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Free to go.
You're free to go.
Thank you.
Mr. Stratton, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, we call Jessica Groves to the stand.
And if you'll step forward. And will you raise your right hand for me, please? And do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat.
Jessica, please state your name for the record.
Jessica Groves.
Let me scoot your chair up there a little bit if you would. I would actually speak up to the court reporter.
Jessica, did you and you only cause the death of your son, Dylan Groves?
Yes.
Did Daniel Groves participate in the killing of Dylan?
No.
Was Daniel Groves aware of any of the injuries that you caused Dylan that may have led to his death?
No.
Did you hide all injuries that you caused Dylan from your husband?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object all these leading questions.
Sustained. Rephrase your questions.
We approach, Your Honor.
On that issue, you need to approach. Just rephrase your questions.
Jessica Groves, did you only assist in the placement of Dylan's body after his death?
Sustained. Rephrase your question, Mr. Stratton. No leading.
I have a second, Your Honor.
You may.
Ahead, Jessica Groves gets emotional during cross-examination.
I've admitted to my guilt.
How did you?
And I have to live without my children. I'm done talking to you.
You are talking to me because you're sitting on the witness stand.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take you back to the courtroom for more Ohio versus Jessica and Daniel Groves.
Jessica Groves, the injuries that Dylan sustained happened on what date?
March 27th,
Dylan died on what date?
March 28th.
As she previously testified, Patricia Kraft said that she had looked at Dylan. Did she do anything else?
Objection. Leading.
Your Honor, did Patricia Kraft do anything else to examine Dylan? Where did you take Dylan after he died?
He was at our house for a couple days.
And then where did you take him?
To the well.
Did you murder Dylan Groves? Did you murder Dylan Groves?
Not intentionally.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Stratton, Ms. Scott, you wish to cross-examine the witness?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Does the state wish to cross-examine the witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Hutchinson, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You need this all, Julie?
Probably. Tell the jury how you killed this baby.
It was an accident.
Not your excuse. How did you murder this baby? How did you cause these injuries?
I have sit here and admitted.
Answer the question, please. How did you cause these injuries?
It was an accident.
Not your excuse for what happened. How did you cause these injuries? How did you cause those rib fractures?
By dropping him.
By dropping him. How did you cause that first 2-inch skull fracture?
I don't remember.
How did you cause that 1 inch skull fracture?
It had to be from dropping him.
How did you cause that complete upper arm fracture?
Nothing that I ever did was intentional.
I'm not asking for your excuse. How did you cause that complete upper arm fracture? Tell the jury.
I have to live with this for the rest of my life.
How did you cause that?
You have devoured my family.
Ms. Groves, you answer the questions that are asked of you. You understand?
I've admitted to my guilt.
How did you?
And I have to live without my children. I'm done talking to you.
You are talking to me because you're sitting on the witness stand. Tell them how you caused that injury. Judge, I ask you to instruct the witness to answer the question.
Ms. Groves, by testifying, you're subject to cross-examination. You have to answer the questions on cross-examination that are relevant to these proceedings. This question is a relevant question. You will answer the question at this time. The answer to the last question. Ms. Hutchinson, step back for a minute.
I thought we were pushing. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
What is your answer to the last question? Counsel approach. Short recess. We'll remind you of my earlier admonition to you to not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Do not permit anyone to discuss it with you or in your presence. It is your duty not to form or express an opinion on this case until it is finally submitted to you. Ms. Groves, you should remain seated where you're at. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you are excused at this time. During the recess, I am going to give you an opportunity to advise your client as the ramifications of failing to submit herself to cross-examination in this matter. If she does not do that, I am going to strike her testimony in order for the jury not to consider. Do you understand? You can discuss it with her up there off the record. If you need more privacy, we'll ask the spectators to leave. I expect her to submit herself to cross-examination in this matter.
At this time, I ask that the spectators leave.
Would ask the spectators to leave the courtroom. Court is recessed. Back on the record, 19 CR 586 A and B, State of Ohio versus Daniel Groves, and State of Ohio versus Jessica Groves. We were beginning the cross-examination of the defendant Jessica Groves in this matter. Ms. Hutchinson, you may inquire of the witness.
Tell the jury how you caused that complete upper arm fracture.
I don't remember.
You don't remember?
No, I don't.
You remember the day you said the injuries were caused on the 27th, and he died on the 28th, so you remember all that detail. But you don't remember how you caused that upper arm fracture.
No, I don't.
Tell the jury why you wrote on your calendar on April 24th, worst day ever when Daniel was taken, but there was no entry about the worst day ever when you killed that baby.
I didn't kill my baby.
You didn't?
An accident.
How did you cause those injuries?
I don't remember.
Then how do you remember it was an accident?
Because I would never hurt my children intentionally. Never.
How did you cause those injuries?
I don't remember. I done told you that. And the worst day ever, the day that I lost my last child. Both of my children.
Look at this photograph, Jessica Groves. How do you not remember that? Tell the jury how it's possible that you would not remember doing that, if in fact you did it. Ma'am, tell the jury how you would not remember that.
Because my mind wasn't clear.
Why?
Because of drugs.
Are you telling this jury that all of these injuries occurred at one time? In one incident?
No.
How many times did you attack baby Dylan?
I never attacked him.
Then how many accidents did you have, Jessica Groves?
I don't remember.
Dylan's mother said the baby's death was an accident. She was on the witness stand crying as she and her husband faced a murder charge in Dylan's death. Thank you for tuning in. We have a lot more to get to. Please stay with us. We're coming right back.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell Stacy the truth? That's the question.
Why would I?
Why wouldn't you?
I've never had any family support over my 40 years.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell Stacy the truth?
Why would I?
Who wrapped this baby's body in 6 layers of plastic and duct tape? Who did that?
I did.
You did. Daniel Groves didn't help you with that?
Yes, he did.
I had came into the living room and found him in his pack and play where he laid out during the daytime. I found him there deceased.
Welcome to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for being with us. The prosecutor in the death of baby Dylan trial used the cross-examination of Jessica Groves to drill her on what happened to her son. She was emotional as she tried to explain what led to his death.
Tell him what the accidents were.
You keep asking me the same questions and
Because you're
get
not
the same
answering the
answers.
question, ma'am.
I told you I don't remember.
When was it that your husband realized you were pregnant? Wait a minute. When was it you realized you were pregnant?
Probably when I was about 5.5 months.
Which was when? What month?
October.
When was it your husband knew you were pregnant?
Toward the end of October, beginning of November.
How is it your husband didn't know you were doped up the whole time you were pregnant?
Because I kept it a secret.
Why did you guys tell your son that a dream catcher hurt that baby?
Because it did.
Tell the jury about that. You said you didn't remember. Tell the jury what happened with that dream catcher.
I didn't think that dream catcher had injuries to that extent.
So that accident didn't cause his death?
No.
Tell him what accident did.
I don't remember.
Why didn't you tell Jody Conkle there were all these accidents that killed my baby?
Because I was scared.
Of what?
Everything.
What's everything? You were scared of what?
Of admitting the truth.
Well, tell the jury what the truth is.
You
didn't tell Detective Conkle what the truth was. You didn't tell your son what the truth was. Tell this jury what the truth is.
I don't remember it all.
Why didn't you tell your sister Stacy Hall what the truth was? You told her this had nothing to do with drugs. I swear. Nothing, Stacy. I would tell you.
Me and Stacy did not grow up together. Me and Stacy has not had a lot of communication over my 40 years.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell Stacy the truth? That's the question.
Why would I?
Why wouldn't you?
I've never had any family support over my 40 years.
Ma'am, why didn't you tell Stacy the truth?
Why would I?
Don't ask me questions.
Me and her's
Answer the
not
question.
that close. She is a half sister
Okay.
that we have never had that close relationship.
So you lied to her?
Yes, I did.
And you lied to your son?
Yes, I did.
And you lied to Detective Conkle?
Yes, I did.
But you want this jury to believe you just don't remember and you're not lying to them. Look at these ladies and gentlemen and tell them.
I can't tell you something that I can't remember.
Who wrapped this baby's body in 6 layers of plastic and duct tape? Who did that?
I did.
You did. Daniel Groves didn't help you with that?
Yes, he did.
Tell him what happened. Tell him about that concealment.
I wanted to be able to go back and get my baby.
Ma'am, I'm not asking you for comments. Tell the jury about the day you wrapped that baby in plastic. Tell them what happened.
I don't quite remember it all.
You don't remember that either.
I know it happened. I remember bits and pieces, but no, I don't remember. Because when he died, part of me died. And I've just been on autopilot.
Ma'am, look at this picture. I don't...
It's exhibit number, Ms. Hutchins.
45, Your Honor. Where did you get all this stuff to wrap baby Dylan in?
Outside, I guess.
You guessed. No, I'm asking you for real. Where'd you get all this stuff?
I sure didn't get it out from under the kitchen sink.
Are you going to answer the question?
Outside.
You don't remember this chain? Those 6 layers of plastic and duct tape? 3 padlocks, 12 zip ties, 8 wire ties, 18 rocks? You don't remember that?
Not in detail, no, I don't.
That's not a whole heck of a lot of planning?
No.
Why would you do that if you didn't murder this baby on purpose?
Because I was scared.
Scared of what?
Losing everything.
Is that why you're in here telling this jury the story today?
Objection. She needs to allow her time to answer the question.
She's not answering the question.
She hasn't done anything wrong, Your Honor.
Overruled. Ms. Hutchins, make sure you don't talk over each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ask your next question.
I want you to explain to the jury this process up here.
I can't.
Why?
Because I don't recall.
Who drove baby Dylan out to that well?
We both did.
Tell the jury how that happened and what you did.
We took him out to the well.
How'd you get there?
On the 4-wheeler.
And then what?
We put him in the well, then we sit in the field and cried.
Why is it that when we watch this video of you and your husband at the sheriff's office, there's not all this crying? I'm so worried about the dogs. Is that what you said?
I was in shock. I've been in shock. I've never got a chance to grieve the death of my baby.
Judge, I have additional questions, but I'm not going to ask them.
Ms. Hutchinson, Mr. Stratton, any redirect?
Just a second, Your Honor. Jessica, everything you're saying today is the truth.
Yes.
You're finally coming clean, correct?
Yes, I am.
Nature of the objection.
He's leading the witness again.
Rephrase your question, Mr. Shirey.
Is there anything that the prosecutor has said you did not do?
I did not kill my baby intentionally.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Stratton. Ms. Scott, any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, a few questions.
Ms. Groves, I know that you're claiming that you don't remember a lot of the details in this situation. However, do you recall whether or not Daniel Groves participated in the actions that caused Dylan's death?
No, he did not.
Okay. Did he in any way cause Dylan's death?
No.
Did the dream catcher falling on the baby cause some bruising on Dylan's head?
Slightly.
Okay. Is that what we heard Daniel Jr. testify to yesterday?
Yes.
Was there a laceration as a result of that bruising?
No.
Did that result in his death in any way?
No.
Originally, you were scared of admitting the truth, correct?
Yes.
You're admitting to that truth during the course of this trial?
Yes, I am.
And the truth includes that Daniel Groves did not participate in Dylan's death, correct?
Correct.
You lied to many people in this case, correct?
Yes, I have.
Ms. Hutchinson asked you if you lied to your sister. You did?
Yes.
Ms. Hutchinson asked if you lied to your son. You did?
Yes.
Did you also lie to your husband?
Yes.
You're trying to set the record straight through this trial, correct?
Yes, I am.
The only part that Daniel Groves participated in was helping you to dispose of Dylan's body and place his body in the well after he was deceased, correct?
Yep.
He was not aware of any of your actions that caused baby Dylan to pass away, correct?
No, he was not.
Did he help you hide those actions?
Yes.
But only by disposing of the body after Dylan had already passed away, correct?
Yes.
You both took great care to wrap his body in plastic?
Yes, we did.
And that was for the purpose of maybe retrieving his body at a later time, correct?
Yes.
Coming up, the cross-examination heats up.
How is it that your son saw this baby's head swollen and black, but your husband didn't? Look at the jury. Explain that to them.
I can't explain that to him because
what?
I don't know.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
Did Daniel in any way, or Daniel did not in any way, know of any of your activity that caused a skull fracture that had healed on a prior occasion, did he?
No, he did not.
When that injury occurred, there was no outward signs of a cut, was there?
No, there was not.
In regards to the rib fractures that he received that we heard about that were healing, were there any outward signs that Daniel would have been aware of to show that that injury had happened?
No, there was not.
Okay. And it is correct that baby Dylan passed away on March the 28th.
Correct.
You and you alone were the one that caused the death of the baby Dylan?
Yes, I was.
There was nothing that Daniel did that caused his death, correct?
Correct.
There was nothing that he did that hid your actions other than helping you to assist him or assist you in hiding the baby after he had passed away, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Any recross by the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
Exhibit number, Ms. Scott, or Ms. Hutchinson?
59, Your Honor. You just told this jury that your husband didn't know about these injuries.
No, he did not.
But your 15-year-old son did?
No, he did not.
So your 15-year-old son lied in here yesterday when he said this whole baby's head where his hair would be was black and bruised? Look at the jury. Are you calling your son a liar?
No, he's not.
Your Honor, I would object. I do not believe that that was a characterization or the nature of the testimony yesterday.
How is it that your son saw this baby's head swollen and black, but your husband didn't? Look at the jury. Explain that to them.
I can't explain that to him because
what?
I don't know.
You don't know. You seem to know a lot of answers to Ms. Scott's question. Answer the question to the jury. How did your 15-year-old son see these injuries, know about them, but your husband didn't? Ms. Groves.
I don't know.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Hutchinson. Ma'am, you may step down. Have a seat at council table.
Daniel, could you please state your full name for the record?
Daniel Allen Groves Sr.
Okay. And make sure you keep your voice up.
Okay.
You're married to Jessica Groves?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and talk about an incident that has happened in your life, just so we can go ahead and what we call get the elephant out of the room. You do have a misdemeanor of the first degree shoplifting theft charge. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And that incident, the date of that incident occurred on September the 15th of 2018. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Took place at Kroger.
That's correct.
And you actually were convicted of that charge later on in January of 2019, correct?
Correct.
And you were placed on probation, or sometimes called community control for that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not get any jail time as a result of that charge?
I know it was suspended.
Okay. And that could be considered a crime of dishonesty, correct?
Yes, it could.
But is it your intention here today to tell the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay. Are you the father of Daniel and Dylan Groves?
Yes, I am.
And where did you reside?
At 2241 Mount Hope Road, Otway, Ohio.
Okay. When did you find out that Jessica was pregnant with Dylan?
It was somewhere in late October, 1st of November when she told me. She told me that she had known for a couple weeks but had not told me.
Okay. And make sure you keep your voice up. I'm not sure if everybody else is hearing you or not.
Okay.
So she was several months along prior to you learning that she was pregnant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Is it because you're just not an observant individual, or she just wasn't showing very much?
Yeah, I mean, I noticed that she had got a little belly, but she had not been working, and I had been cutting some timber on my property and working for myself, and we had ordered a lot of takeout and stuff, and I thought she had just gained some weight, which happens, up and down.
Okay. You heard, I believe it was on the second day that we were here, second or third day we were here, that a caseworker had made a note in the activity logs for Children's Services records that you indicated that Jessica did not go to prenatal appointments because she was too high. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And could you please put that into context for us? Was that something that you knew that she was missing prenatal appointments, or something you learned after the fact?
That was something I learned after the fact, and I did explain that to her. I told her that when she found out she was pregnant late, she had only had a couple appointments. I was, I wasn't employed for nobody at the time, so I was picking up odd and end jobs, and I was working when she was supposed to go to the appointments, and to my understanding, she was going to the appointments. I didn't find out until after the fact.
Okay. So when did you actually learn she had missed all those prenatal appointments?
After Dylan was born.
Okay. Is that when she came clean with you?
Yes, she came clean to me actually about 5 minutes into the ride to the hospital that she had been using drugs and that she had not went to her appointments.
Was that a shock to you?
To say the least.
Okay. While you were at the hospital, did you attempt to answer the medical staff's questions?
Yes, I did attempt to answer questions, but I did hesitate some because, you got to understand, I learned a lot on the way in there. I was trying to process all that. I was worried about my wife. I was extremely worried about my child being born at the time. I felt some intimidation from her. Being with somebody for 24 years, I just a protective nature.
Okay. Did you want to answer their questions?
Absolutely.
Were you afraid to, based on those circumstances, to answer their questions?
Yes, I was somewhat afraid.
Okay. We heard there was a description by some of the staff that came in and testified that you were actually looking at Jessica prior to answering those questions. Was that accurate?
Yeah, that's accurate.
Okay. Was the whole situation intimidating to you?
Absolutely.
Is Jessica intimidating to you at some times?
Yes, she can be.
Is that something that's inherent in your relationship or runs through your relationship?
Raise your question.
Sure.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I'll rephrase. How so is she intimidating to you at times?
Just at times when certain things would happen or occur, she would sometimes threaten me with, causing problems in our marriage, leaving me, stuff to that nature.
Okay. So was this typical of your relationship throughout the years, that there would be periods of Jessica intimidating you or putting blame on you or trying to...
Objection sustained. Rephrase the question.
Okay. Was this typical behavior of your relationship with Jessica?
Yes.
Still lady ground. Stand overruled.
At the hospital, did you go to the nursery and see baby Dylan?
Yes, I did.
Okay. When did you go and see him?
Exact time, I don't know, but I had actually asked one of the nurses, I don't recall which one, if I could go, and she had told me that I needed to wait because where he was having problems, they needed to take him and assess him and put him on oxygen, and they would let me know when I could come.
So you were waiting for medical personnel to indicate to you, or were you waiting for medical personnel to indicate to you that it was okay to go down to the nursery?
Yes, I was waiting. I never did get told that, so I eventually asked again.
Okay. And we heard testimony early on that you arrived down there approximately an hour or so after the baby was born?
Yeah, I don't have an exact time, but it was somewhere like around 7.
And when you went down there, did you speak with medical staff about Dylan and his condition?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you try to ascertain what state of health he was in and if he was doing all right?
Yes. I asked I'm not sure which one it was. I don't remember her name. I recall her face. She was in here, but I asked her how he was doing, stuff to that nature, and why he was having to be put on oxygen. And
were you also concerned about your wife and her health as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did you stay at the hospital that entire day?
Yes.
Okay. It's my understanding, and we heard some testimony, that Children's Services arrived at the hospital sometime that evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked to produce a urine sample for a urine screen.
Yes, I was.
Okay. Did you fake that or falsify the results of that test in any way?
Absolutely not.
Was anyone in the restroom with you when you produced that sample?
No, I was alone. The door was cracked. Miss Johnson was standing right outside the door.
Okay. Did anyone besides yourself put urine in that sample cup?
Objection, Your Honor. Brian, please.
Just answer my questions. Rephrase your question, Ms. Gunn.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Next up, Daniel Groves recalls the drugs he was on.
At a bachelor party, I had smoked some marijuana and occasionally would hit, a little.
So
and I was worried that it was maybe still in my system because I wasn't for sure the time frame on that.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for joining us. Daniel Groves, baby Dylan's father, claimed his innocence from the beginning. He was on trial along with his wife Jessica in the death of their own 2-month-old son. In his testimony, he tried to explain what he said was his wife's role in Dylan's death.
Describe the process of putting urine in the cup.
I went into the bathroom. She had tore some labels off the cup, prepared to get it ready. Told me to go in there to put urine in the cup, put the lid back on it, set it down or bring it back out to her. Do not flush the toilet. Do not wash my hands.
Did you follow those instructions?
Yes, I did.
Was Daniel Jr. in the restroom with you?
No, Daniel Jr. was not even at the hospital at this time.
Okay. Was anyone else in the restroom with you at that time?
No, there was not.
Okay. You heard a nurse describe that later on in that afternoon, when she encountered you for the second time, that you appeared as if you were on something. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Had you taken any illegal drugs?
No, I had not. I had been up for over 30-some hours straight, though.
Okay. Would that account for being quiet, maybe looking glassy-eyed?
I would say it would, yes.
Okay. At Children's Services Board, you once again took a urine sample, and we heard that described by Patricia Kraft here in her testimony.
Yes.
Did you hear that? Do you recall hearing that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Please describe that procedure for the court as well.
I came into the office and...
Can I just interrupt you right there? Did you know you were going to have to produce a urine sample that day?
Absolutely not. I was called and told I needed to come to the office to sign paperwork to pick up, that was on a Friday, to pick up my son Dylan on Monday morning.
Okay. So what happened when you got to Children's Services that day?
I arrived there. I spoke to Lisa Thomas, and she had me fill out some paperwork, signed my name on some stuff, went over some general basic stuff with me. They took me back to the restroom, gave me the cup, same procedure as a hospital. I went in, they left the door cracked. I went in, put urine in the cup, did not flush the toilet, wash my hands.
Did you follow the procedure that Children's Services asked you to do?
Yes, I did.
But part of that procedure is that you're not supposed to run water and not supposed to flush the toilet.
Correct.
Okay, did you wait until after you got the all clear to flush the toilet and wash your hands?
Yes, they asked me to bring it out to them. I took them out to it. They told me that I could go in and wash my hands.
Okay. Was anyone else in the restroom with you?
No, there was not.
Okay. Was Daniel Jr. in the restroom with you?
No, he was not even there.
Okay. So let's talk about the urine that Daniel told us about yesterday. Were you collecting that urine for yourself?
No, I was not.
Okay. Who was you collecting that urine for?
I was actually collecting that urine for a best friend of mine. I understand it was wrong, but I admit that I was doing that.
Okay. So why weren't you giving your own friend your own urine?
Because at a bachelor party, I had smoked some marijuana and occasionally would smoke, a little.
So
and I was worried that it was maybe still in my system because I wasn't for sure the time frame on that.
So was it ever your intention, or were you using that urine of Daniel's to fake test Witchroom services?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about the bruising and the swelling that Daniel described yesterday. Tell the court what you believe happened. Well, first of all, do you recall this incident that he's talking about?
Yes, I recall the bruising, but not the swelling.
Okay. When did this happen, if you recall?
It was somewhere around late February, I believe. I had actually went out. We was going to go grocery shopping, and I went out to start the car and let it warm up and clear some snow. There was a little snow one. And I came back in, and my wife had told me that the dream catcher had failed, and she said that he got it caught up in his arm, which there was a red mark on his arm from the dream catcher. It had, like the little stringy stuff in it. And we figured that he probably freaked out and went to moving his arms and hit it. It was just a light bruise. The bruising was going within less than 2 days. I actually, because I kind of wondered at first, and I actually took the dream catcher. There was like a little a wolf or Indian thing on it. And I even held it to his head, and it was actually, a perfect match to what the light bruise was.
Okay. Please describe the area of bruising that you witnessed and you saw.
It was just a small bruise on his forehead. I'm not for sure which side it was on. I don't recall, but it was just a small bruise on his forehead.
You heard Daniel describe, and he made a motion that there was bruising where his hair would have been or where his hair should be. Is that an accurate description?
No, I don't think that is accurate. I never saw no swelling whatsoever.
Did you at any time suspect that there was more to that injury other than that dream catcher falling
No,
and
I did
hitting him
not.
in the head?
No, I did not.
Did you see any lacerations to the baby?
None.
Okay. So let's talk about juvenile court. There were some juvenile court proceedings in this case regarding Dylan and Daniel. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You heard how Mr. Dunham described how males are required to give urine samples for juvenile court proceedings.
Yes, I heard that.
Okay. Did you ever take a test for juvenile court proceedings, a urine test?
Yes, I did. I'm not sure an exact date, but it was like within 5 to 7 days after when he was born.
If I showed you a document that had a date on that test, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, it probably would.
Your Honor, may I retrieve that document and show it to him to refresh his recollection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Do you step back to your place? Your Honor, for purposes of refreshing recollection, we would ask that this would be a mark as Rose defendant, Daniel Rose defendant, Exhibit A. Right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may approach the witness.
Daniel, I'm going to ask that you take a look at that document and see if that helps refresh your recollection in this matter.
Yes, that's the document that I did sign on January 17, 2019.
Could you please state that date again?
January 17th of 2019.
So is that the date that you would have provided a urine screen for juvenile court?
Yes.
Okay. And was your urine screen negative at that time?
Yes, it was.
And once again, was Daniel Jr. in the restroom with you?
No, he was not present.
Was anyone in the restroom with you other than the court officer administering the test?
No, just 2 court officers.
There were 2 court officers?
Yes, they actually took me, and one took me and another guy took another guy down at the same time.
Okay. Was there an officer watching you the entire time?
Yes.
Did you have to stand at a urinal?
Yes.
And as a result of taking drug screens for juvenile court, are you required to sign off on those results?
Yes.
And did you on this occasion?
Yes, my signature is right here on this paper.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit about the Help Me Grow agency that we heard testimony from since the trial has been pending. Did you understand or have any knowledge that you needed to participate in that program?
I was never clarified that it was mandatory. I was just under the understanding that it was a voluntary program.
Did you think that Dylan needed to participate in that program?
I at the time did not even know about what all the program provided and stuff, but I did not think that he needed anything like that. No.
Okay. Do you recall getting these letters or phone calls that they discussed in their testimony?
I do remember getting letters later on, but cell phone service is limited out there. I mean, I did get a message from her just as they spoke about the weather. It had got canceled at one time, and I did have a couple voicemails from her later, yes.
Okay. Did you think you were doing anything wrong by not participating in the program?
Sustained. Very good question.
Up next, baby Dylan's father does his research.
I even Googled and looked up because I had to know about babies being born addicted to drugs, and I done research and read on it that said that newborns, sometimes up to 6 months, would do excessive crying, be more irritable.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take you back to the courtroom for more Ohio versus Jessica and Daniel Groves.
Did you come to any kind of conclusion about the Help Me Grow program?
No, other than I just thought it was a voluntary program. You could participate if you wanted, and if you didn't, you didn't have to.
Okay, thank you. Now let's talk about the lab work that was requested by Dr. Hudson that was discussed a couple of days ago. Please tell the court, please tell the jury about that lab work and what you did, what you didn't do, what you thought you were required to do.
Okay, so at first, at one of Dylan's appointments, he had told me about the levels. I'm unsure of that name on it, but he told me that the levels were low, and he told me that a lot of times there was some false negatives, but he wanted to be sure. So after his appointment that day, we took him to the hospital. We actually had to take him to 2 different labs because the first lab we took him to in the Fulton building, they did not feel they had the right stuff to take the test with such a young newborn. So we took him to SOMC at the hospital, to their lab, and they performed the test. And then there was some misunderstanding about the test. I had actually got a call from one of the lab workers, and he had told me that there was some confusion about one of the tests and that he was not sure that Dr. Hudson wanted to perform it, but he wasn't for sure. He wasn't for sure of what test that Dr. Hudson did not get that he wanted. So he was supposed to contact him and contact me back, and I never did make communications with him again.
Okay. So Daniel, let's get into this. Did you ever see or suspect that Jessica was causing the injuries to Dylan that would have resulted in his rib fracture or his skull fracture?
Absolutely not.
How could you not have known? That's what everybody's going to want to know.
Believe me, I have asked myself that every day, a million times since. I don't know. I mean, he did do some extra crying, I thought, but I even Googled and looked up because I had about babies being born addicted to drugs, and I done research and read on it that said that newborns, sometimes up to 6 months, would do excessive crying, be more irritable, and stuff to that nature. So I just took it as that was what it was. And I read, looked it up what maybe would help him, and it said to maybe just stimulate him, change his environment at the time or something. So there would be times that he would maybe get to crying a little more. I would pick him up and mess with him, and he would stop. I had a workshop out back of my house. Sometimes I would take him out there with me just to get just to change his environment, and it would help.
Other than the incident that we have already talked about, that Daniel described yesterday, did you notice any other outward signs of bruising or swelling to Dylan?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way cause the death of Dylan?
Absolutely not.
Did you observe Jessica in any way cause the death of Dylan?
No, I did not.
Did you suspect any behavior of Jessica that would have resulted in Dylan's death?
No, I did not. She was always a loving, caring mother to Daniel Jr., and I never expected anything like this.
Did you actively participate in Dylan's death or observe anyone, including Jessica, cause Dylan's death?
No, I did not.
And once again, when did he pass away?
March 28th, 2019, within probably a couple hours after the social worker or the CPS worker was there.
So why did you tell Jody Conkle that it was a day or two after the caseworker was there?
Because at the time, I'd been in such grief and shock and being sick, because I did use some drugs after my last son was taken. I just went through the experience of losing my baby and losing my older son, and I fell to drugs. I admit that. I wasn't even sure of the date that the CPS worker was there, and that's why I told Ms. Conkle that it was the 28th, 29th, 30th, somewhere right in there. I wasn't for sure, what date it was at the time.
You had a landmark for the day with Children's Services worker being there, but you weren't exactly sure what the date was.
Yeah, I just wasn't for sure.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
Did you use Patricia Kraft being there as the landmark for the date of Dylan's death?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Was that the best day you could reference it to?
Yes,
Sustained.
When you were talking to Jody Conkle, were you doing your best to give her a frame of reference of time?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained. Rephrase your questions, Ms. Beth. Open to questions.
Please describe for the court the process of giving Jody Conkle a date for when baby Dylan had passed away.
The date that the CPS worker was there last.
So when you were testing clean for Children's Services and Juvenile Court in January, were you actually clean?
Yes, I was.
So when did you start using?
Early May of 2019.
So what happened after you discovered Dylan had passed away?
Well, I had came into the living room and found him in his pack and play where he laid out during the daytime. I'd found him there deceased. And I went into total shock, grief, of course.
How did Jessica behave towards you after you... Strike that, Your Honor, I want to rephrase. Was Jessica in the room with you when you discovered that Dylan had passed away?
When I first walked in there, she was not, but she had followed me in within just probably a minute.
So what was Jessica's reaction?
She was very upset, of course, in shock too. She seemed somewhat nervous and scared, and started telling me that, they would be blaming it on me and us, and because of being involved in CPS.
What was her demeanor and her behavior like towards you?
She was very radical, very forthcoming, very just kind of pressuring me.
Was there any of this fear and intimidation that you had described from her behavior in the past?
Drug screenings, visits from Children's Services, and then a police standoff. That was all involved during the 2 months baby Dylan was alive. Please stay with us. We'll be right back.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
As I recall, the expert said that not always was there bruising.
No, but your son said he saw bruising all around the head, didn't he?
I did not see no bruising other than no bruise on his forehead.
And when this baby was shaken by your wife, did you call Children's Services?
No, I did not.
Did you call 911?
No, I did not.
Did you call Injury Bulletin?
No, I did not.
Welcome to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for being with us. Daniel Groves, baby Dylan's father, he told the jury one day he found the 2-month-old dead in his crib. He was on the stand as he faced a murder charge along with his wife in the death of their son. He claimed Jessica was in a frantic state leading up to Dylan's death.
What were your conversations?
Just about CPS, thinking that it would be both our faults. And she kept telling me, you know they're going to blame you, you know they're going to blame you, you have custody of the baby, they're going to blame you and not me.
How did that make you feel?
It made me feel very scared.
What was her demeanor like?
She was forceful, kept over and over and over repeating to me that they would blame me because I had custody of the baby.
What became your honest belief at that time in regards to being blamed for Dylan's death based on Jessica's attitude and conversations to you?
I got set in my mind that they probably would blame me because I had custody and was responsible for him.
What went into your decision making to place Dylan into the well?
That same stuff, and her forcing me and kept telling me that they was going to blame me.
What was your reason for not being truthful at first with the law enforcement?
I was just very scared, very afraid.
Were you sick?
Yes, I was sick. I was very afraid of they was going to just blame it all on me, basically.
And was that based on what Jessica had told you she would do?
Yes.
Overruled.
Yes, it was.
Again, Daniel, did you cause Dylan's death?
Absolutely not.
Did you in any way hide him from Children's Services while he was alive?
No, I did not. Did I cancel some appointments? Yes, I did, but I did not know why hide him from CPS.
Did you hurt him in any way?
Absolutely not.
Did you help Jessica hurt him?
No.
Did you know she would hurt him or cause his death?
No.
Your Honor, I have no more questions at this time. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. You described this relationship that you have with Jessica and that you've been together over 24 years and that you've been married for over 20. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Even though you've been together for all of that time and you've been married for a significant portion of time, if you had suspected she was capable of causing injuries that would cause him to be seriously harmed or that would have resulted in his death, what would you have done in regards to Jessica being permitted to be around him?
I would absolutely not have let her around him. Just like if I would have knew that any of these injuries had occurred to him, it would have been a total different decision to when I decided to help her hide him too. I, at the time, just thought he had just passed away for some other reason.
Do you believe that you were deceived by Jessica?
Actually, pretty good question, Ms. Scott.
Is this a situation where you were deceived by Jessica? Sorry, Your Honor.
Yeah, she's still waiting. Go ahead and ask
Okay.
the modified witness.
Okay. Throughout the time that you had Dylan in your home, throughout the time that Jessica had access to him, were you, or do you have a belief that you were deceived by Jessica?
Absolutely.
Did you do anything? Did you have any other behaviors? Did you have any other responsibilities in this case other than not reporting his death to authorities?
Other than helping her take him to the well, I had no other part in it.
Did you have any other responsibilities other than help prepare Dylan to put him in those crates?
Can you rephrase the question?
Did you have any other responsibility in his death or hiding from law enforcement other than not reporting his death, preparing him to be put in those crates, and ultimately placing him in the well?
No, I had no other involvement in it.
Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Mr. Stratton, do you wish to cross-examine?
Just a couple questions, Your Honor. Mr. Groves, how long have you and Jessica been together?
Approximately 24 years.
24 years. And of those years, how long have you been married?
Over 20.
Over 20. In any time over those 20 years, was there a point in which you have seen terrible behavior out of Jessica Groves?
Terrible
Except
as in,
here recently.
Terrible as in...
Did she ever harm your oldest child?
Absolutely not.
No indication from him?
No.
Okay. So, you were together for this entire period of time and come to understand how she interacts with the child.
Correct.
Okay. Is it a surprise to you that this happened?
Absolutely. To say the least.
And once again, he died on March 28th, correct?
He died March 28th after the CPS worker left.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Stratton, state may cross-examine.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Groves.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you promised Children's Services Board that you were employed?
Yes, I did.
Isn't it true that you indicated to the Children's Services Board you worked at Rural King?
Yes, it was.
Isn't it true you led Children's Services to believe?
We need some time to answer it.
He's been answering overruled.
Isn't it true that you led Children's Services to believe you were still employed at Rural King?
Yes, it was.
Isn't it true that you promised Children's Services that you didn't have drug problem?
Yes, it was.
Isn't it true that you didn't mention to Children's Services any marijuana?
I did not.
Isn't it true that you were, for a period of months before and after you had the baby in your home, collecting urine from your son, Daniel?
Before, yes.
So when Daniel says before and after, he is lying.
I do not recall giving him or asking him for any urine after Dylan's birth.
You heard him testify here yesterday, correct?
I heard him do that, but I think he was mistaken on dates.
So you're saying suddenly you don't recall this from yesterday. You don't recall giving it to him after, getting it from him after.
No.
Well, explain the process where you got it from.
I would ask him to put urine into a cup, and I would put it into another bottle.
Smaller one.
Mm-hmm.
Easier to conceal?
Mm-hmm.
Easier to keep warm?
Sir, you need to answer yes or no, please.
Easier to keep warm? I have no idea about that.
You have no idea. Well, you had a good buddy that had a good idea. Did he tell you how to do that? Is that what happened there?
He never told me how he did it.
Never told you how to. You just knew to put it in some kind of smaller cup for concealment.
Well, the cup that I had him collected in did not have a lid or nothing on it.
Okay, so then the other cup had a lid.
Mm-hmm.
It was smaller.
Yes.
For concealment.
I don't know for concealment. I just know it was smaller to give it to my friend.
And it's your testimony that you were fearful that you were going to test positive for marijuana.
Yes, because I was unaware of how long it stayed in my system.
Okay. And so then you tested at Children's Services, correct?
Yes.
You tested clean.
Yes.
But then you still had Dylan give you urine.
Daniel?
Daniel give you urine.
After Dylan was born?
Yes.
No.
No. So Daniel's totally mistaken about that.
I think he's just misunderstood, yes.
So you think he misunderstands when his dad comes up to him and says, pee in a cup for me?
On dates? Yes, I do. He's been through a lot in the last year.
He sure has.
Ahead.
As I recall, the expert said that not always was there bruising.
No, but your son said he saw bruising all around the head, didn't he?
I did not see no bruising other than no bruise on his forehead.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Thank you for watching Court TV Legendary Trials. Let's take you back to that courtroom for more in the death of baby Dylan trial.
So these nurses at the hospital, you heard their testimony the other day?
Yes.
You heard their experience?
Yes.
You heard the drug epidemic that they're battling on a daily basis at Southern Ohio Medical Center?
Yes.
You're saying all those nurses, that nurse that said she saw you high later in that day, was wrong?
Yes, she was.
She was wrong or lying?
Yes.
One or the other, right?
I don't think she was lying. I think she was just mistaken.
She was mistaken.
Everybody's not right all the time, are they?
No, they're not.
Absolutely.
But I'll ask the questions. All right?
Sorry.
So they were wrong.
They was mistaken on me. Yes, they was.
And Dylan, or not Dylan, and Daniel was mistaken.
Just by a date.
So you're denying leaving the hospital to get high at that point.
I did not leave the hospital and get high, no.
They were also wrong about you're relating to them that she hadn't been going to prenatal care. You were aware she hadn't been going to prenatal care because she was too high to go.
I was not aware.
Objection. I would ask that he would clarify who the they was, because I do not believe that was medical staff. If he's still indicating medical staff, that was...
Don't argue your objection.
Sorry.
Overruled.
Will you repeat the question?
Isn't it true you represented that she wasn't going to prenatal care because she was too high?
I did to CPS workers after the fact that I found out.
So you never told that to anyone else?
No.
And you've never phrased that in a way. You're saying they misinterpreted what you said.
Misinterpreted what I said about what?
Because you had knowledge that she wasn't going to prenatal care because she was high.
Because I was told that by her.
But when they testified here, you had knowledge in their impression, correct?
The nurses?
Nurses, CPS workers, whoever else you told.
Yes, because she told me that on the way to the hospital that morning.
Let me ask you about another promise you made to Children's Services. Isn't it true that you promised Children's Services that your wife would not be in the home unsupervised or overnight?
Yes, I did.
You broke that promise, did you?
As to which aspect?
Did you break that promise or not? How hard is it?
She did stay there a couple nights. Yes, she did.
Just a couple nights?
Yes.
So when Daniel said she was there, he just been a couple nights? Is that your testimony here today?
She was not leaving until after he was asleep, and she was returning right before he got up for school because I was worried that he was going to be extremely worried about her not being there because he was.
So you allowed that to happen?
A couple times, yes, I did.
Did you report to Children's Services that you violated conditions of the safety plan or the safety, any of those plans?
I did tell Patricia Kraft that she did stay there one night, and Patricia Kraft told me that was fine. She appreciated my honesty.
Did Patricia Kraft testify to that?
I'm not aware if she did or not.
You can see that baby Dylan had 3 separate instances of injuries.
Yes, I know that now.
You know that now. So you're testified on direct that you had no way of knowing that you didn't know of that, correct?
No, I did not. Other than the small bruise from the dream catcher.
Baby Dylan had all these injuries and you didn't notice them.
I had to just be inside my home or briefly stepping out to go outside to take care of my dog or something.
You heard from the testimony. Did you care for the child at the home?
Yes, I did.
Did you bathe the child?
Yes, I did.
Change the child's diapers?
Yes, I did.
Change the child's clothing?
Yes, I did. Are you asking me if I was the only one that done it?
No, I'm asking you, did you do that?
Yes, I did.
State's Exhibit 67, Your Honor. Sir, these nodules we see here in this exhibit, the baby Dylan's ribs. That's just on the other layer of the skin. You're saying you didn't see anything in his rib cage? Any bruising?
No, I did not see no bruising. Never.
State's Exhibit 58. You didn't see that bruising?
No.
State's Exhibit 58. You didn't see the bruising on the head?
No, and as I recall, the expert said that not always was there bruising.
No, but your son said he saw bruising all around the head, didn't he?
I did not see no bruising other than no bruise on his forehead.
We have this picture from that same exhibit. Has bruising all around his forehead, doesn't it?
I recall the expert saying that could have been from post-mortem.
But it just happens to match what Daniel Jr. said the bruising was, didn't it?
It would appear to.
I'll leave that to the jury to decide. Well, here, let's talk about this. You remember Dr. Hudson testifying?
Yes, I do.
If a baby had that kind of injury, he'd be crying in pain.
Yes, I remember that testimony.
You remember Dr. Brown testifying that the other indicia of an issue not only would be bruising, swelling, but the baby crying or screaming in pain.
Yes, I do.
If you recall talking to Jody Conkle on June 14th, 2019.
I recall talking to her a few times, but I don't remember which exact date.
Okay. Well, do you remember at one point in that conversation with her talking about him crying and crying and crying, and you'd take him out to that building and he'd suddenly stop crying?
Yes, I mentioned that before, that I thought it was from him being more addicted to drugs.
Bring him back in the house.
have my witness finish answering the question.
Finish his answer. Don't talk over each other.
I'm sorry, sir. Did you finish your answer?
Yes, as I stated before, I thought it was because of him being born addicted to drugs. Like I said, I looked it up, and they said that infants sometimes up to 6 months would be more irritable, more touchy, do a lot more crying.
So you looked it up on Google, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I believe it was Google, yes. It was somewhere online.
Somewhere online.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't call CPS?
Over some extra crying? No.
Didn't talk to your LPN wife?
I did talk to her about it, and she told me that it was most likely due to being addicted to drugs.
Same lady you're scared of?
Yes.
Didn't call Dr. Hudson?
No, I had no concern to call a doctor. It was just merely crying.
So you don't remember telling Detective Conkle that you saw your wife hit the baby a couple times?
I said that I had what I thought were dreams of it, but I was unsure if they were true or not. I was very sleep deprived.
Say you saw your wife you saw your wife strike the baby?
I said I did, but I thought it was dreams.
So it's a dream.
I was very sleep deprived.
Is it true you said to Detective Conkle, I should have never done this way. I knew better. And I seen her hit him probably 4 times, probably.
I don't recall how many times I said.
4 times on the head? Do you remember Detective Conkle asking you that?
I don't recall what questions were asked.
You don't recall answering yeah?
I do recall answering yes.
To that question?
To those questions, yes.
So you do remember telling Detective Conkle 4 times in the head?
Yeah, but I didn't say that I recall her hitting. I said a smack.
Coming up, the prosecution drills Daniel Groves under cross-examination.
And when this baby was shaken by your wife, did you call Children's Services?
No, I did not.
Did you call 911?
No, I did not.
Did you call Andrea Bowling?
No, I did not.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thank you for joining us. Baby Dylan's father admitted to the jury in Ohio versus Groves he failed to act as a responsible parent. Daniel Groves testified that his wife, Jessica's behavior was disturbing and erratic in the weeks before Dylan died. But he said that did not raise his concern for Dylan's safety.
So you're not saying her hit him probably 4 times?
My exact words, I don't recall exactly, no.
Isn't it true you told Detective Conkle she said because he wouldn't stop crying and because she was so agitated and aggravated, and if I bought her Coke, she wouldn't be that way? You don't recall hearing that?
I recall saying that we did fight because she was wanting me to buy her drugs, yes.
So you do recall her threatening the child?
A direct threat, no.
No, not a direct threat. Okay, so you saw her strike the baby 4 times, correct?
Somewhere around there, yes.
And you didn't take it as a threat that she was aggravated with the baby, all you need to do was buy her Coke?
As a direct threat, no.
That didn't give you cause for concern for the safety of this baby?
Yes, it did give me a cause for concern.
Okay, so now you are concerned at your wife's behavior in the home about the danger to the baby.
Yes, I was, but she was...
And what did you do? Did you call Children's Services? Did you call Children's Services and tell them?
No, I did not. She was going through therapy.
Did you call the police?
No, I did not.
Did you call Andrea Bowling?
No, I did not.
Did you go down to the neighbors and say, I'm concerned?
No, I did not.
Did you kick her out of the house that she wasn't supposed to be in the first place?
She was not living there all the time. She was allowed to be there during the day.
And you let her come back in after that?
Yes, I did.
You go on to say, one time I saw her, she had a hold of him like below his arms. Remember this? Telling Jody Conkle that?
Or she picked him up aggressively out of a seat, yes.
Like by his ribs or something. And she just kind of went, ah. You remember that?
I don't recall exactly what all we talked about, no.
Matter of fact, did you tell Detective Conkle that might have been how he got his broken ribs?
I said, I wonder now if that wasn't how.
Well, you saw it then, right?
I didn't see nothing that I thought would occur to any injuries.
You're not making this up then, are you, today?
No, I'm not.
You're not making this whole story up that she's the one that caused the injuries, are you?
Absolutely not.
So you saw her do that?
I saw her be aggressive with him, but cause no injuries, no. I even observed the child.
Okay, so now it's your testimony that didn't cause any injuries. Any injuries?
No, it did not.
So Dr. Brown is full of crap. Is that your testimony?
Dr. Brown did not say that would cause the injuries.
No, let's see what Dr. Brown said. Dr. Brown, isn't it true that she said that the fractures on the rib were healing fractures?
Yes.
She said that was, in her opinion, her medical opinion, from years of practicing medicine, that those were the first fractures on this baby.
I believe that's what she said, yes.
Okay. And then, what was the second fracture she said?
I think on the head.
On the head.
Was it on the back of the head?
So you testified, or she testified, that there was a 2-inch fracture with signs of healing on the head, on the right side of the head.
Yes.
Okay. And that happened, according to the professional, at a different time than the rib cage, correct?
Yes, I believe that's what she said.
And you just said you saw Jessica, if you're telling the truth, hit this baby 4 times.
Yes, but not to the extent to cause a fracture.
Okay. So then we see, it's a good point. When is it, in your opinion, ever appropriate to hit a 2-month-old baby?
I didn't say it was appropriate.
But yet, you took this baby back into your home, correct?
Yes.
You promised to protect this baby, that you would be the father.
Yes.
And when this baby was hit 4 times in the head, and when this baby was shaken by your wife, did you call Children's Services?
No, I did not.
Did you call 911?
No, I did not.
Did you call Andrea Bowling?
No, I did not.
Did you go to a neighbor's house and say, hey, get my wife out of there?
No, I did not.
Did you stop the hand that was hurting that baby?
No, I did not.
You failed to act. Correct?
Correct.
And because you failed to act, Dylan is dead today.
Those injuries would not have caused his death.
Why did she have access to that baby?
Because she was his mother.
And you were his father.
Yes, I was. Man.
And you saw multiple occasions where she was causing injury to this baby.
Just within a couple days.
And you did nothing.
No, I did not.
You were around to see Jessica perform physical acts to those 2 of those 4 areas that baby Dylan, your son, was injured.
Yes.
You didn't stop it.
I didn't stop it. I stopped it.
Didn't stop any of that, did you?
Yeah, I stopped it then, yes.
Okay, well then, if you stopped it, how did it get a 3rd fracture?
I have no idea.
No idea. So it gets another fracture on the head. Correct?
Yes.
And then, all the bones in his arm were broken completely in 2.
That's what it says, yes. I was unaware of that.
You're unaware of that. I was unaware of that. But this happened after the two you were aware of, correct?
They had to, yes.
They had to, exactly. And then the broken leg happened after that as well.
Correct.
And you want this jury to believe that you thought the baby just died.
Yes. I thought he did just die. I had seen no more outbursts from him.
That you're not responsible for this baby's death.
No, I'm not responsible. Did I make mistakes? Absolutely.
I didn't ask you a question.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. I think that is trying to finish answering the question as asked.
Overruled cross-examination.
So, do you understand blunt force trauma?
Yes.
All right, tell me, what's blunt force trauma?
Getting struck by something very hard.
Do you understand that the baby's bones aren't brittle, that they're rubbery? It can take a lot more than we think they can.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
So, you deny seeing the blunt force trauma of such a nature that it broke the upper arm bones, the upper arm bone, the lower arm bones, and the leg of your baby boy.
Yes, I never saw nothing that would cause that.
Where were you?
I was in the home.
You were in the home?
I mean, I didn't stay with him 24/7. I mean...
Well, who did then? If you weren't there, who was there?
Well, I mean, there was times when I would go into another room, of course.
You go in another room, did you hear your baby screaming in pain?
No, I did not.
Did you hear multiple thumps?
No, I did not.
You did tell about one thump you heard when she was back in the bedroom with you.
Yeah, I said
right?
I heard a thump, and she had told me that her purse or something fell off the bed.
Oh, so...
And he was laying there fine, so I would have no reason to think anything else was wrong.
All right, well, that's an occasion where she wasn't being supervised with the baby, was she?
I went to the bathroom. Was I supposed to take the baby to the bathroom with me, too?
Your wife's on drugs, correct?
And at the time, I did not think she was, no.
Oh.
She was going into treatment. I thought she was doing better.
She hadn't been to treatment since February 8th. Are you telling this court you didn't know that?
I did not.
Or did you bury your head in the sand?
I did not know that she had missed all those appointments. No, I did not.
So you didn't know she was back on drugs?
No, I did not.
You did know she had some violent tendencies, right?
I knew she had some, yes.
Yeah, she threatened you during the course of your marriage, didn't she?
Yeah, not violently.
So then you're asking me a question of whether you should have taken the baby to the bathroom or not with you. What do you think?
No, I don't think I should have, no. I mean, if the baby was laying there sleeping, why would I take him to the bathroom with me?
So do you think that all these injuries, from your knowledge of being a father, you have an older son who's 14, correct?
Correct.
Did he ever get hurt growing up?
Yes, minor injuries.
Minor injuries from what?
From just being a boy and playing outside.
Falling?
Mm-hmm.
Jumping out trees? Yes?
He never had no injuries falling out of a tree, no, but...
Wrecked a bicycle? What kind of injuries did he get?
Just common injuries for a boy. Got fingers smashed, stuff like that. He never really had no major injuries.
So from your experience, your common experience as a father with a 14-year-old son, do you honestly want this jury to believe that there was a drop of the baby that caused all these injuries?
Do I believe that a drop of the injury caused these babies? I'm not aware of what caused these injuries. So
not aware. But you would acknowledge something horribly violent happened to your son to break all those bones.
Obviously.
Where were you when this happened?
I had to be around the home.
Next, Daniel Groves tries to minimize his role in the baby's death.
Were you telling Children's Services that your baby boy was growing like a weed?
Yes, I did. He was.
You didn't tell him he was getting shaken by his mom or struck in the head multiple times, did you?
No, I did not. It only happened one time.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
This is Court TV Legendary Trials. Thank you for tuning in. Let's take you back to the courtroom for more Ohio versus Jessica and Daniel Groves.
Where were you when your son was dying?
Excuse me?
Where were you when your son was dying?
I had to be in the home or outside the home.
And at that point, do you recall another promise you made to Children's Services? About choosing your children over your wife. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
You broke that promise, didn't you?
I do not feel I broke that promise, no.
You do admit that you helped wrap your son for concealment in a cocoon. You admit that?
Yes, I do admit that.
And dropped him down a deep, dark, water-filled well.
Yes, I have admitted that. I admitted that from the beginning.
And you knew where that well was?
Yes.
Because you hunted there and you lost some of your dogs there.
Yes.
And that broke you up losing dogs, didn't it?
That's been years ago. I mean, when you have hunting dogs, you lose them all the time. No, it never really broke me up.
So at that point, your child is dead. Did you notice any swelling of the legs or arms or anything in that regard?
No, I did not.
Now, you guys changed that child, baby Dylan, your newborn son, before you put him in the well, didn't you?
Excuse me, what was the question?
You changed him out of clothes or put him in different clothes before you put him in the well, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Well, there's a laceration on his arm. There's not one on the clothing he had on. How do you explain that, then?
I don't know, but we did not change him. He was in the same, he got put in there the very same thing he had on when he died. The only thing different was he had a blanket wrapped around him.
So you were near there when he died. You know, the same clothing, weren't you?
Yes.
You didn't do anything to stop it when he died, did you?
How was I going to stop something that was already happened?
Why even bother? Why even try? Is that your testimony?
No, not why would I try. I'm saying how would I do anything after he's deceased?
Heaven forbid he have a proper burial.
I admitted to that.
But let's see, what did you tell Children's Services throughout this time when your wife's shaking your baby and hitting her heads? What were you telling them? Well, let's see, what were you doing? Were you missing juvenile court?
I missed an appointment, yes.
So that's a yes?
Yes.
Were you telling Children's Services that your baby boy was growing like a weed?
Yes, I did. He was.
You didn't tell him he was getting shaken by his mom or struck in the head multiple times, did you?
No, I did not. It only happened one time.
Oh, okay. So the time where she's shaking him like this and hitting him in the head was only one occasion?
It was within 2 days, yes.
Within 2 days? That's more than one, isn't it?
I'm not sure on the time frame, no.
Not sure on the time frame. So this time frame of healing fractures and Daniel Jr.'s testimony that the baby had that bruising for 3 days to a week, those are all bunk. Is that what you're saying?
I never saw no swelling or bruising like that, just from on the forehead is all I ever saw.
You never saw any of that. Your 14-year-old son, do 14-year-old sons pay attention to a lot of stuff?
Yeah, they pay attention to a lot.
Well, I'll tell you, your son is a good boy.
Yes, he is.
And he's a smart kid.
Yes, he is.
But he noticed this, right?
He says he did, yes.
And you didn't notice this?
No, I did not.
Or did you choose to ignore it?
I did not ignore it. I did not notice it.
And you told Children's Services everything was okay, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And it wasn't, was it?
Obviously not.
I think the jury's heard enough, Your Honor. No further questions.
Mr. Keenan, Ms. Scott, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, good question.
You heard Daniel testify here yesterday, correct?
Yes.
You heard Daniel when I was asking him questions about dates and when things happened. Do you recall hearing that?
Yes.
Okay. Did you recall hearing him or give testimony that he wasn't remembering exact dates?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Although he is a very smart child, very bright child,
Yes.
recalling dates, is that easy to do on any given occasion, especially after you've gone through a traumatic event such as this?
Yes, it is.
It is easy to do or easy to lose track of dates?
It is easy to lose track of dates.
Okay. Do you believe that Daniel was trying to testify honestly?
I believe he was trying to, yes.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, that's the proper question and answer. So if the jury determined credibility was.
Is it your testimony that Daniel was not recalling the proper dates in regards to him providing urine for you for your friend?
Yes, I do. He'd think he was mistaken on those dates.
You were asked about violating your promise in regards to children's services, in regards to Jessica staying at the home overnight when she was not supposed to be there. Do you recall giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What did you tell Patricia Kraft about that incident or incidents?
About her staying in the home?
Yes.
I told Patricia that I had allowed her to stay there a couple of nights because it was very cold and that she didn't have nowhere to go, and I was concerned about her staying out in the cold, which she had told me she had done a couple of times.
Okay. That was reported?
Yes. I reported it to Patricia Kraft. Whether she reported it or not, I don't know. She didn't report a lot, I said.
Let's talk about the crying and the hitting that you described to Detective Conkle. Could you please explain to the court what you were trying to say in regards to, you were trying to give an answer in regards to making mistakes and whether or not you had stopped that behavior or what you had done about that behavior or what you thought about that behavior. Could you please tell the court what you were trying to answer in regards to that?
I told him that about me making mistakes.
Making mistakes, stopping Jessica's behavior, keeping her away from the baby, what it was around that line of questioning in regards to, did you believe that she was injuring the baby?
No, I did not believe that she was doing nothing to injure the baby, no. And I had talked with her and told her and, had conversations with her, and she apologized and agreed that she would do better, and I never saw no more outbursts in her because she was going through treatment. I thought she was doing good.
Were you aware of any injuries that the baby had sustained as a result of Jessica hitting or striking the baby?
No, I checked him out. There was not even a red mark.
Did you form an opinion about Dylan's injuries or suspicion of injuries after you checked him out?
Yes, I come to the conclusion that he was fine.
Prosecutors claimed that Daniel Groves was not concerned with the safety of baby Dylan. When it was time for him to admit what happened, police claimed he told them where Dylan's remains were, and that was at the bottom of a 30-foot well. Thanks for watching. Keep it here for more. We're coming right back.
The following program may contain graphic content. Viewer discretion is advised.
I thought that he had just died from something. I had no clue that he had sustained any injuries to cause his death. There was nothing to make me believe that. Nothing at all.
Did you unzip his zipper on his sleeper?
When he passed away?
Yes.
Yeah, I unzipped him and looked him over.
I'm sorry?
I unzipped the front of his sleeper and looked him over in his chest and stuff like that, yes.
And before the state starts tossing this around to you to get your attention, Remember, she took the blame.
You're watching Court TV Legendary Trials. I'm your host, Judge Ashley Wilcott. Thanks for being with us. Baby Dylan's father admitted to initially lying to police because he thought he would get all of the blame for the death of his son. He appeared to try to rationalize his defense against murder during his testimony.
You were asked about whether or not Dylan was wearing the same item of clothing as when he passed away, as to when he had the blanket wrapped around him and wrapped in plastic. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, to my knowledge, he was not changed at all.
Okay. And let's talk about what you were telling Children's Services after baby Dylan passed away. Were you being honest with them?
No, I was not.
Why were you not being honest with them?
Because I was afraid that I would get the blame for it completely.
What was Jessica saying at that point in regards to Children's Services and reporting to Children's Services and coming to court and missing court dates? What was she saying you should do?
About reporting...
About going to Children's Services, reporting Dylan's death to Children's Services, showing up for court appearances, how to explain where Dylan was.
After his death?
Yes.
She was just threatening me about blaming it on me, and she was just saying that she was not going to go to any more appointments after that.
What about court appearances?
She didn't want to go to any court appearances after that.
What about meeting with Patricia Kraft?
She did not want to meet with Patricia Kraft.
You were asked about whether or not you thought the baby just died. What is your opinion about that?
What is my opinion about him? I thought he just died. Yes. I thought that he had just died from something. I had no clue that he had sustained any injuries to cause his death. There was nothing to make me believe that. Nothing at all.
How did his scalp or head appear when you found that Dylan had passed away?
It was completely fine. There was no bruising or swelling on it at all.
The picture and the photograph that we were shown, taken as part of his autopsy, is that how Dylan's scalp appeared when you first discovered that he had passed away?
No.
The chest, did you unzip his zipper on his sleeper?
When he passed away?
Yes.
Yeah, I unzipped him and looked him over.
I'm sorry?
I unzipped the front of his sleeper and looked him over at his chest and stuff like that, yes.
Okay. Did you see any of that purple or red mark on his chest?
No, I did not.
Did you observe anything, or did you form an opinion in regards to how baby Dylan had passed away after you discovered that he had passed?
The only thing that I could come to the conclusion of was SIDS.
Just, Your Honor, as to the opinion that layperson does not belong in there.
He can testify as to what his belief was at the time.
But if that was the case, why then did you not call the police? Because SIDS would have been a perfectly accountable explanation.
Because of being involved with CPS and for my wife threatening to blame me.
Did you then, at that point in time, did you form a different opinion about how he may have passed away?
No, I didn't.
Did you form an opinion once she started threatening you to blame you for his death that maybe she caused his death?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No further questions, sir.
Mr. Stratton, any recross?
No further questions, Your Honor.
State wish to recross?
No, Your Honor.
Well, sir, please step down. Will counsel approach? The jury has done as instructed. The jury foreman has delivered to the court 11 verdict forms as the case of Daniel Groves, and 11 signed verdict forms as the case of Jessica Groves. All 11 verdict forms as to both defendants are signed by all 12 jurors and also signed a second time by the foreman. The jury foreman has also delivered to the court the unused verdict forms. Those will be given to the court reporter to be used as part of the court record. The case of State of Ohio versus Daniel Groves, case number 19 CR 586A. The jury has returned their verdict. The jury is to count 1, aggravated murder. We, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find the defendant Daniel A. Groves not guilty of count 1 of the indictment, aggravated murder, a violation of Ohio Revised Code section 2903.01 CFA, being an unclassified felony. As to count 2, murder, the jury is found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, further find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 2 of the indictment, murder, a violation of Ohio Revised Code section 2903.02B DV, an unclassified felony. As to count 3, the jury has returned their verdict. We, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Daniel A. Groves, guilty of count 3 of the indictment, kidnapping, in violation of Revised Code section 2905.01A5C1, being a felony of the first degree. As to count 4, juries return their verdict. We, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 4 of the indictment, endangering children, a violation of Revised Code section 2919.22 A E2C, being a felony of the third degree. We, the jury, having found the defendant guilty, further find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's violation did result in serious physical harm to Dylan Groves. Count 5 of the indictment, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 5 of the indictment, tampering with evidence, in violation of Revised Code section 2921.12A1B, being a felony of the third degree. As to count 6 of the indictment, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 6 of the indictment, interference with custody, in violation of Revised Code section 2919.23A1D2, being a felony of the fourth degree. Jury further found, we, the jury, having found the defendant guilty, further find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's violation did result in physical harm to Dylan Groves. As to count 7, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 7 of the indictment, gross abuse of a corpse, in violation of Revised Code section 2927.01 B and C, being a felony of the fifth degree. Count 8 of the indictment, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 8 of the indictment, felonious assault, a violation of Revised Code section 2903.11A2 D1A, said offense being a felony of the second degree. Count 9 of the indictment, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 9 of the indictment, felonious assault, a violation of Revised Code section 2903.11A1 D1A, being a felony of the second degree. As to count 10 of the indictment, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 10 of the indictment, felonious assault, a violation of Revised Code section 2903.11A1 D1A, being a felony of the second degree. As to count 11, the jury has found, we, the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Daniel A. Groves guilty of count 11 of the indictment, felonious assault, in violation of Revised Code section 2903.11A1 and D1A, being a felony of the second degree. As to the case of State of Ohio versus Jessica Groves, case number 19 CR 586B, the jury has To count one of the indictment, charge aggravated murder. The jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count one of the indictment, aggravated murder, a violation of revised code section 2903.01 CFA, being an unclassified felony. To count two of the indictment, the jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count two of the indictment, murder, a violation of revised code section 2903.02 BDB, being an unclassified felony. To count three of the indictment, the jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count three of the indictment, kidnapping, a violation of revised code section 2905.01A5C1, being a felony of the first degree. To count four of the indictment, the jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count four of the indictment, endangering children, a violation of revised code section 2919.22 AE2C, being a felony of the third degree. The jury, having been found the defendant guilty, further find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's violation did result in serious physical harm to Dylan Groves. To count five of the indictment, jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count five of the indictment, tampering with evidence, a violation of revised code section 2921.12 A1B, being a felony of the third degree. To count six of the indictment, the jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count six of the indictment, interference with custody, a violation of revised code section 2919.23 A1 D2, being a felony of the fourth degree. Jury further found, we the jury, having found the defendant guilty, further find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant's violation did result in physical harm to Dylan Groves. To count seven of the indictment, jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count seven of the indictment, gross abuse of a corpse, a violation of revised code section 2927.01 B and C, being a felony of the fifth degree. To count eight of the indictment, jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count eight of the indictment, felonious assault, the violation of revised code section 2903.11 A1 D1A, being a felony of the second degree. To count nine of the indictment, the jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count nine of the indictment, felonious assault, the violation of revised code section 2903.11 A1 D1A, being a felony of the second degree. Jury is found as to count 10 of the indictment, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count 10 of the indictment, felonious assault, a violation of revised code section 2903.11 A1 D1A, being a felony of the second degree. As to count 11 of the indictment, the jury has found, we the jury, having been duly impaneled, find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant Jessica Groves guilty of count 11 of the indictment, felonious assault, a violation of Ohio revised code section 2903.11 A1 D1A, said offense a felony of the second degree. The jury has returned their verdict in this matter. Do the attorneys have anything else for the jurors before I excuse them back to the jury room? Mr. Tiemann?
We'd like to thank the jury for their service. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Scott?
Your Honor, may I just mention something to my client?
Briefly.
Your Honor, at this time we would not have anything additional for the jury. We would not pull the jury at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Mr. Stratton?
Nothing further, Your Honor. We will not pull the jury at this time.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know you've had a long week here in the Court of Common Pleas. I am going to ask you to return with the bailiff to the jury room. I'm going to take care of a few matters here in the courtroom. I will be down to talk to you before you're discharged. Hopefully there's still some refreshments down there for you. It'll take a few minutes what I'm going to do, but I will release and discharge you from the jury room. This time I'll remand you back to the custody of the bailiff. The jury has returned verdicts of guilty against the defendant Daniel Groves as to counts 2 through 11, and returned verdicts of guilty as the defendant Jessica Groves on counts 1 through 11 as charged. I'd like to hear from counsel at this point their positions on the doctrine of merger as to their positions as to any of these offenses being allied offenses of similar import. Mr. Tiemann, I'm going to discuss both defendants at the same time here, so the verdicts are a little different. They're similar enough. I believe we can do that.
Certainly, Your Honor.
What's the state's position on merger?
Well, Your Honor, with regard to aggravated murder and murder, the state, which would apply to Jessica Groves' case, the state would concede that murder would merge into count 1, aggravated murder, as well as count 11, which we have as the last injuries, the non-healing fractures. Count 11 would merge into count 2 for the felonious assault and count 2 murder. Therefore, that would also merge into count 1. For the purposes of sentencing on Ms. Groves, we would elect to go with count 1, aggravated murder, for sentencing purposes. State of Ohio would submit that count 3, the kidnapping, and count 6, the interference with custody, would merge together. They would not merge with any other count. We would elect to proceed with count 3 on sentencing for that. And if I might add, Your Honor, that brings into account potentially Reagan-Tokes, which became effective on March 22nd of 2019. The allegations as to the date of the kidnapping transverse, for lack of a better term, the effective date. For the purposes of sentencing, the state of Ohio is willing to concede that and narrow that down, that it would be pre-Reagan-Tokes sentencing. For the purposes of sentencing, Your Honor, I believe that leaves counts 8, 9, and 10. Count 8, we have argued that as the first serious physical harm, being the healing rib fractures. Count 9 as the skull fracture with signs of healing. And count 10 as the bruising to the right side of baby Dylan's abdomen. In as much as we can't pinpoint the bruising as a separate event, we would concede that would merge for the purposes of sentencing as well. And frankly, I would submit we could merge it with count 8 or 9, but count 8 makes sense to me based on the evidence before the court.
That was 8 and 10?
Yes, Your Honor. The other counts, tampering with evidence, count 5, and gross abuse of a corpse, count 7. The state of Ohio would argue those two counts do not merger. We would submit that there were dissimilar import and separate animus. We have the tampering with the evidence that the state has argued was the wrapping of Dylan's body in the multiple layers of the cocoon, so to speak. In count 7, we would submit that would be for the dropping and leaving the child's body in the well, or that the child, there's evidence that his body was left around the home
for a couple days. So the state of Ohio would argue those should not merge for sentencing. Thank you, Your Honor.
What's the state's position as to count 4 child endangering?
Your Honor, the state of Ohio would submit as a matter of public policy and case law that count 4 child endangering does not merge.
Relying on State v. Brown on that from the Ohio Supreme Court.
Well, factually, evidence-wise, the repeated exposure to dangers to the child through the case, as well as the continued failure to act or call 911. And for case law, yes, Your Honor, the state would rely on State v. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Tiemann. Ms. Scott, you want to be heard as, and is your position the same as to Daniel Groves on these multiple counts?
With one exception, Your Honor.
The exception of the aggravated murder charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Scott, you want to be heard as the issue of merger?
Yes, Your Honor. I do believe that I would agree with the majority of what Mr. Tiemann said in regards to 2 of the counts of felonious assault, if I understood all of this correctly. 2 of the counts of felonious assault will merge. In regards to the murder case, the kidnapping is going to merge with the interference of custody case. What I would disagree with, Your Honor, is that the tampering of evidence and the gross abuse of corpse, I believe it's the state's position that those would not merge. But what I would argue, Your Honor, is that they would merge at this time, that they were one continuous act with one continuous animus that was presented. I know that the state has pointed out and said that they're considering the wrapping of the body as tampering with evidence, as well as, and the gross abuse of corpse would be the well left in the home or the baby left in the home for a couple of days or placed in the well. In regards to tampering with evidence, there has to be knowledge that there will be an investigation that's given rise in regards to certain actions. Just because a crime is committed, that doesn't necessarily give rise to an investigation. There was
Pretty ample evidence of that, though, at least as far as Children's Services trying to find this child.
Well, it depends on the date of when you consider the act happening, Your Honor. I believe that would be a clear distinction if we're in what the court will take into consideration. If the baby passed away on March 28th, as my client purports and as Groves purports, Children's Services saw the child that day.
The jury's verdict would sort of seem to believe that the jury didn't necessarily believe that, though, wouldn't it?
But they were not asked that question directly, and they were not asked to make that finding specifically, Your Honor. So I don't know what was part of their conclusion, was not part of their conclusion. They were not asked to make a special finding in regards to that.
We can presume that they followed the court's instructions, though, can't we?
But I do not believe that the court instructed them to make a finding as to when the body was presumed, or when baby Dylan passed away. I do not believe that they were asked to follow that. I do not believe that was anywhere in any of the instructions. So, based on what was purported by my client, Mr. Groves, as well as Jessica Groves, is that baby Dylan passed away on March 28th. That was the same day that Children's Services saw the child at that point in time. They had not given any rise to an investigation being brought forth. I believe that was probably either many days later or even weeks later when that happened. And I do not believe that there was any evidence or testimony that actually locked in the date of death that was presented by the state. So I believe that the majority of the evidence that was presented would have been that the date would have been happened on or around March 28th. And even Patricia Kraft had the firm belief that that baby passed away right after that. So there would have been no investigation at foot.
So there would have been no tampering with evidence. That could be found in regards to that, wrapping the body up in the various forms of plastic. So we would actually advocate then the tampering with evidence was one continuous act in wrapping up the body, placing him in the crates, and then placing him in the well, or whether or not the court found that the body was left in the home for a couple of days was one continuous act, one continuous animus, and not a separate animus. So we would advocate that those would merge as well.
Thank you, Ms. Scott.
Thank
Mr.
you, Your Honor.
Stratton.
Your Honor, I just want to clarify, count 10, was that merging into count 8, or was that merging into the murder charge?
I believe the state had argued that it would merge, or conceded it would merge into count 8.
Yes, I think Ms. Scott said it merged into the, if I'm mistaken.
I believe the state had, I thought she was referenced count 11. The state had, I believe, conceded would merge with the felonious assault, as felonious assault as being the predicate offense for the murder.
Yes.
And the murder, certainly the only charge Mr. Groves is convicted of, the most serious charge that Mr. Groves is convicted of.
Your Honor, we concede the majority of the merger issues. Again, we concur with Ms. Scott about the tampering and the gross abuse of a corpse. And we just ask that you make a ruling based upon her argument.
The court's heard the arguments of counsel as...
Your Honor, if I may, I apologize for interrupting. We would, as to Daniel Groves, and I may have already said it, we would elect to, as opposed to count 11, we would elect to proceed on count 2 for sentencing purposes.
I thought you'd said that, but perhaps you hadn't. I will note the state's elections as to both Jessica Groves and Daniel Groves.
Right. Count 1 is to Jessica Groves, right?
Yes.
Okay.
As to the defendant, Jessica Groves, I am going to find that count 2 merges with count 1 for purposes of sentencing. The state has, as does count 11. I will find that the state has elected to proceed with sentencing as to aggravated murder, count 1. As to count 3 and count 6, I will find that those are also allied offenses of similar import and merge for purposes of sentencing. State has elected to proceed as to count 3 on Jessica Groves. As to count 4, I'm going to find that that does not merge. Given the testimony, I'm going to find that that is an offense of dissimilar import and does not merge for purposes of sentencing. Count 7 and count 5, 5 being tampering with evidence, 7 being gross abuse of corpse. The court has heard testimony of different acts that would give rise to the conviction of each of those charges. The state has argued that here today. In certain respects, conduct that would, separate conduct that would justify sentencing on both of those. I'm further going to find that we look at the doctrine of merger, we look at the issue of multiple sentences for the same crime. I'm going to find that the Ohio General Assembly has created a specific statute of gross abuse of corpse, and I am going to find that by doing that, the General Assembly has specifically indicated that that would be a crime in and of itself, and I am not going to merge those offenses. As to the charges of felonious assault, I've already found that count 11 would merge with the murder and aggravated murder charges. I'm going to find that count 8 and count 10, both charged felonious assault, are allied offenses of similar import and would merge for purposes of sentencing. As the defendant Daniel Groves, I am going to find that count 11 would merge with count 2 of the indictment, being the predicate offense and from which the murder is based upon, and the state has elected to proceed with count 2. As to count 3 of the indictment, I'm going to find that count 6 and count 3 would merge as allied offenses of similar import, and the state has elected to proceed with count 3, kidnapping, for purposes of sentencing. I'm going to find that child endangering does not merge, and I will further find that count 5 and count 7 does not merge for purposes of sentencing for the same rationale as I had indicated earlier. I would further find that count 10 of the indictment is also an allied offense of similar import. It's, from the testimony I heard, committed with the same conduct, the injuries, and the state has elected to proceed with count 8. Are the parties ready to proceed with sentencing in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Keeman, do you want to speak, or does the victim representative wish to speak first?
Your Honor,
Or does she wish to speak?
Your Honor, we would ask that Andrew Bowling be permitted to speak. I have some brief comments, and I'd refer to her after that.
Okay. You're going to speak first, aren't you, Mr. Teeman?
Yeah, I'll speak briefly.
Ma'am, just have a seat. We'll have you come forward here in just a minute.
Your Honor, as the court is well aware, this is a case that's been very, very rough for the community, extremely impactful, and terrible, horrible event. Being a murder charge for Mr. Groves and aggravated murder for Jessica Groves, the court's well aware of the different standards that apply, but I would direct the court's attention to some of the guidelines that we use in other felony sentencing matters out of 2929.12. I would submit that this is the most serious kinds of crimes that we see with the loss of an infant child through such a horrible means. The victim's age certainly played part in the child's helplessness to be a victim to the people that should have protected him the most. That relationship, unfortunately, facilitated the offense. Certainly the offenders were parents. The victim was their child. The evidence is unclear if it was committed in the vicinity of another child, but certainly this event is also a tragedy to Daniel Groves Jr. I'd like to think that something positive will come out of this. We pray that it will. There's, to a certain extent, the community has been spurred to act. But as for these two, the state of Ohio, when it comes to Jessica Groves, the mother of this child, the woman that gave birth to this child, the state of Ohio would recommend we receive a sentence of life without parole for the heinous act she has committed. I'd like the court to consider the pain the child was put through in its last days on this earth. As to Mr. Groves, certainly the sentence for a murder charge is 15 to life, but we would ask the court to run consecutive sentences for his failure to act again and again and again in this matter. And for that, we'd recommend a significant sentence before he is eligible for parole. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Teeman. Ms. Bowling, I believe you wanted to give a victim impact statement as the victim representative in this matter. If you'll have her step at the podium there.
Right here, man.
Space this light.
From the moment I picked up Dylan from the hospital, I loved him. I am speaking for Dylan right now. I didn't get to have a voice. My life was cut too short. but my life will have a huge impact. My foster mom will make sure I help and save and protect other babies. Today is my first birthday. I didn't get to have my party, no cake, ice cream. I didn't get showered with gifts, but I did get justice today. And right now, I'm sitting on Jesus' lap. The angels have me now. My chance to have an earthly life was taken way too soon. No chance to learn to ride a bike, to learn to fish or play baseball. No chance to run and play on the playground or to meet my friends and family. I was perfect. I could have been anything. A preacher, a doctor, a lawyer. But now my purpose is to help save others. I will watch my life protect babies on earth, and I will rejoice when laws are changed. I had a little footprint here on earth, but my impact was anything but small. My impact on this earth is huge, and I look forward to the day that my foster mommy holds me again.
Thank you, ma'am. Before I proceed with the defense counsel's statement and the defendant's allocution, earlier during, we were going over merger, the state had conceded that the Reagan-Tokes enhancements giving the date range of these particular offenses would not apply. I'm assuming that the defense counsel also agrees with that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Scott, anything you would like to say on behalf of your client?
Would you like me to remain here at the table or step to the podium, Your Honor?
You're fine there at the table if you'd like.
That's fine. I have a voice I think would carry far enough. Your Honor, as I have stated throughout these entire proceedings, this is not a topic any of us want to address. This is not a topic that any of us want to talk about. I would ask that the court will take into consideration my client's lack of criminal record, lack of felony record. I would ask that the court would take into consideration what he chose to own and what he chose to disown and what the jury found here today. I believe that my client has been impacted by this. I know that the community has been impacted by this, and I know that the court intends to impose a heavy sentence in this matter, but I would ask that the court would be reasonable, that the court would not provide maximum sentences in all of these matters, and not also run them all consecutively to each other. I do not know that my client's prior criminal record would warrant that, or that his actions warrant that. And I would hope that the court would take all of that into consideration when making and rendering a sentence here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. Mr. Daniel Groves, is there anything you'd like to say before I impose sentence?
No, sir.
Mr. Stratton, anything you'd like to say on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor. This has been a difficult matter for this entire community. It's been shared with a lot of people. Jessica took responsibility. And I just ask the court to consider that in sentencing.
Thank you, Mr. Stratton. Ms. Jessica Groves, anything you would like to say before I impose sentence?
I'm just so very sorry. No matter what you do to me, you can never do what I will do with myself. What I have to live with for the rest of my life, knowing that I did this to my child. I failed as a mother. I'm sorry.
Anything else you'd like to say? You can be seated. This matter comes before this court this 10th day, January 2020. Each defendant's sentencing hearing is being held pursuant to Revised Code Section 2929.19. Now, Mr. Groves, certainly you will have a right to appeal any sentence I give you in this matter. Do you have funds to hire a lawyer to represent you on this any appeal that you choose to pursue? Ms. Scott, are you willing to accept the appointment for the purposes of that appeal?
Your Honor, if I do accept that appointment for appeal, that does cause my client to waive certain arguments that he may have. Could I refrain from answering that question at this time until after consultation with my client off the record?
I will need
so
you.
he would be fully advised of that?
I will need you to advise the court staff no later than Monday morning.
I can do that, Your Honor.
Sir, I will need you to fill out another financial disclosure form so I can appoint counsel to represent you. Now, Ms. Jessica Groves, likewise, you have the right to appeal any of the decisions I've made in this case and any sentence that I would give you in this matter. Do you have the funds to hire a lawyer to represent you in that appeal?
No, sir, I don't.
All right. Mr. Stratton, would you be willing to accept the appointment for purposes of pursuing that appeal?
Your Honor, it's always been my policy to not work on the appeals of my trials, so I ask that you appoint other counsel for that matter.
Thank you, Mr. Stratton. I would ask, I will appoint counsel to represent Ms. Groves following sentencing. Ms. Scott, Mr. Stratton, I would ask that both of you consult with your clients and file any appropriate notice of appeal, even if you choose not to remain on the case. Yes, and I will appoint counsel to pursue that appeal. Defendants in this matter have been afforded all rights pursuant to Criminal Rule 32. This court has considered the record, the oral statements made, the victim impact statement presented in this matter, as well as the purposes of sentencing as found in Revised Code Section 2929.11a to punish the offender, protect the public from future crime by the offender or others, and using the minimum sanctions this court determines accomplishes those purposes without imposing unnecessary burden on state and local government resources. This court has also considered the allocution of both defendants of Ms. Groves as she's provided it here in court today. The court has also considered the principles of sentencing as found in Section 2929.11a, b, and c, specifically the need for incapacitation, deterrence, rehabilitation, and restitution, as well as being commensurate with and not demeaning to the seriousness of the offender's conduct, its impact on the victim, and the consistency of sentences for similar crimes by similar offenders. This court has considered and balanced those serious and recidivism factors as found in Section 2929.12, b, c, d, and e, and also considered those factors as found in Revised Code Section 2929.13b. This court is also going to find that consecutive sentences are necessary to protect the public and to from future crime, and to punish each offender and not disproportionate to the seriousness of the offender's conduct and to the danger the offender poses to the public. The court will further find that one or more of the multiple offenses was committed as part of one or more courses of conduct, and the harm caused by two or more of the multiple offenses so committed was so great or unusual that no single prison term for any of the offenses committed as part of the course of conduct adequately reflects the seriousness of the offender's conduct. This court will further find as to the defendant Daniel Groves, pursuant to revised code section 2929.12b. Specifically, this court is going to find that the injury was exacerbated by the victim's physical condition or age. Also going to find that the victim suffered serious physical harm as a result of the crimes. This court's further going to find that Mr. Groves' relationship with the victim facilitated this offense, and I'm also going to find that he was the parent, custodian, or person in place of the parent or custodian at the time the offense was committed. I'm also going to find that the defendant in this matter, Daniel Groves, does have a criminal history, although that criminal history consists of only a misdemeanor conviction. And I will find that there's been no proof or evidence brought forward of any felony convictions. I will further find that the offender shows a pattern of alcohol and drug use related to this offense and does not acknowledge or refuses treatment. I'm also going to find that he's shown no genuine remorse. As to the defendant, Jessica Groves, as to those factors in 2929.12, I will likewise find that the injury was exacerbated by the victim's physical condition and age. The victim suffered serious physical harm as a result of the crime, that the offender's relationship with the victim facilitated the offense, and that this is an offense where she committed this crime on her child as the parent, custodian, or person in loco parentis. Going to further find that she has shown a pattern of alcohol or drug use related to this offense and does not acknowledge or has refused treatment. I'm also going to find, despite her allocution here today, that through these proceedings she's shown no genuine remorse. I will find that she has no prior criminal convictions. Defendant Daniel Groves, will you please stand? Sir, as to count 2 of the indictment, you have been found guilty of the charge of murder. I will sentence you to the prescribed term of imprisonment for that offense of 15 years to life in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 3 of the indictment, you are convicted of a charge of kidnapping, a felony of the first degree. You have been found guilty by the jury. I am going to sentence you to a term of imprisonment of 10 years in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 4 of the indictment, charged child endangering, a felony of the third degree, I will sentence you to a 36-month term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 5 of the indictment, charged tampering with evidence, a felony of the third degree, I'm going to sentence you to a 36-month term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. To count 7 of the indictment, charge gross abuse of corpse, a felony of the fifth degree, I'm going to sentence you to a 12-month term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. To count 8 of the indictment, you are convicted of charged felonious assault, a felony of the second degree. I'm going to sentence you to an 8-year term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. And as to count 9 of the indictment, I am going to sentence you to an 8-year term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. I am going to order the sentence in count 5, tampering with evidence, and count 7 to run concurrently with each other. It would be my intention, by imposing this sentence, to impose a term of 47 years to life in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. And we'll give you credit for the 213 days you've served in the county jail while awaiting trial. You can be seated. Defendant Jessica Groves, will you please stand? Ma'am, you stand convicted of the charge of aggravated murder. It will be the sentence of this court that you be sentenced to a term of imprisonment of life without the possibility of parole. As to count 1 of the indictment. As to count 3 of the indictment, charged kidnapping, a felony of the first degree, I will sentence you to a 10-year term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 4 of the indictment, I am going to sentence you to a 36-month term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 5 of the indictment, charged tampering with evidence, I'm going to sentence you to a 36-month term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 7 of the indictment, charge gross abuse of corpse, I am going to sentence you to a 12-month term in the custody of the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 8 of the indictment, I will sentence you to an 8-year term in the custody of the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 9 of the indictment, also charge felonious assault, I will sentence you to an 8-year term in the custody of Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. As to count 5 and count 7, I will order those sentences to run concurrently with each other. However, pursuant to my earlier findings, I will order the remaining charges to run consecutive to each other. It would be my intention to impose a sentence of life without the possibility of parole plus an additional 32 years as part of this sentence. You can be seated. I will also give you credit for the 213 days that you've served in the county jail while awaiting trial in this matter. I am going to order that both of you pay the cost of prosecution in this matter. I am going to order, at least as certainly to Mr. Groves, to a portion of his sentence, possibly to Mrs. Groves as to part of her sentence. You may be able to earn days of credit towards this sentence pursuant to revised code section 2967.193. However, those days of credit are not automatic and do have to be earned pursuant to the statute. I'm going to order you to both pay the cost of prosecution in this matter. I am going to order the sheriff's office to destroy any contraband seized in this matter once all appeals and post-conviction proceedings are complete. Anything further, Mr. Tiemann?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Ms. Scott, anything further?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Stratton?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Daniel Groves and Ms. Jessica Groves, at this time I am going to remand you to the custody of the sheriff for transport and conveyance to the Ohio Department of Rehabilitation and Corrections. Court is adjourned.